Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow.
still listening to the music. Welcome in, welcome back. So, today I'm going to start with actually fixing the problem I had. Like last stream, I had to use this mic, right? I couldn't use this mic that I'm actually using now. But it's not all set up, it's not all finished. So, what I've done, that I already had, but it wasn't like, didn't work with this fan, apparently. So what you have filters here too, on the global audio sources that they're not actually sources, they're global sources. So if you would reference them in StreamerBot or like Sammy here, then you would just do empty for the scene, because they're not in the scene, right? So we have here desk fan, which is on now. So if I'm quiet and turn it off, you can hear that my fan is actually on, right? I also made one for my AC. I turned it on, just not like connected to the outside or anything, because the window is actually closed. So I'm thinking maybe we'll make one for the traffic outside, but I think it's kind of slow traffic. It's lunchtime here in Sweden. It's kind of you know, not a lot of people going to work this time or anything here in the area. It's not like businesses or anything here. It's just houses. People's homes. So, there's the bus though. If we could catch the bus, that would be nice. And airplanes. We have airplanes too. So we could make one for traffic, but I'm not sure even how the quality of the audio is now. If this actually makes my audio worse, so that having the fan off would be better. But if I had the fan off, I wouldn't be able to think, right? And also, let's see what happens if we turn it up to another degree. We can also actually open the interface here, so we can see. You can see that when I talk, I have set this by clicking the auto build noise profile, and you get this by selecting the subtract here. I think also the edit mode precise. I don't know if you need that. We could look. I think the default is point smooth here. Well, I don't want to destroy this one because I don't want to like make a new one on stream, because you know there might be other sounds. I don't want it to pick anything else up. I even couldn't click with my mouse because then I get a bump over here, right? Where the mouse click was. So I carefully pressed the keyboard to make this. But I'm thinking we'll make another one, just to make sure everybody knows. Have it recorded too, you know? So, as you can see, some of my voice is actually removed from this, right? From this filter being active. So that's what I'm worried about. How will this sound? If I listen to myself now, will I sound like very odd and flat and can you even hear me? There's a lot of my voice overlapping here. If I talk a bit quietly, I'm almost not over there at all. Am I? I don't know. So, this is a test, apparently, right? Live test. We're going to keep this on for now because I want the fan on. And I also know that the other mic, it will also cut stuff, right? So the difference for the AC, it looks like this. It's even more, well, it makes a lot of sounds. It collects and, yeah, different audio sounds there. So if we compare this, if I activate it too, and we have both there, and we open this again. Come on. So, this is a new problem. I can't close it. So what if I disable it, click close? Nah. Well, This is not without bugs, apparently. So, let's go to the filters again. And now let's open this. It's there. Close it. Activate. This is still closed. It's not switched to open. So that's a bug. Okay, I closed it with the X button, right? So now when it's active and we click open, you can see my speech overlapping with this. It's really very odd, actually. This is not what my speech looked like before. So I want to listen to this. It's just to hop into YouTube and look and then have a see the delay. No. So I'm going to, since the AC is not on, I'm not sure even if you can hear me there. So this will have to do, the desk fan. It's actually like a meter from me, this direction. And it's not moving either. I've set it to just as less noise as possible, and also I want the air all the time. It's just 30.6 in here. Outside it's actually 28.2 on the roof today, though the sun is still shining, so it's a bit of... so I just got a message. I'm going to reply to my... let's see. Today is Tuesday. How long will I possibly be streaming? I'm just answering quickly, and I can't speak English at the same time as I'm typing Swedish. You better reply to your old mom, right? There. So, sent. Also, these lights, even if they're LEDs, they create a bit of warmth, actually, so the fan is kind of nice. Though I'm kind of comfortable at, well, 28 definitely, but 30.7, it's a bit warm in here, simply. I think maybe 25, 26, that would be my perfect temperature. So it's not much too warm. Anyway, so I had this I've tested different noise suppressions apparently. I don't really remember all of these. But sometime I decided that this was the best one. And I changed the name of the one that was actually currently active. And it was called Fan at the end. But I thought that why not have the actual name, the first bit where you can see it, right? And this one is also the same Reaper standalone. So it's a free VST plugin. And this is the same. So I don't know what it is for. Maybe at the end of the name here. So if you F2 it. No, nothing. Maybe this is just like with nothing on, and I made one for just the room. So like maybe the computer when I made this one. It would be fun to be able to see the date here, like, right? When you created it. So, I know when I recorded YouTube videos a few years back, then I was like turning off the heating of the house. So it does echo up to the, what do you call it? In Swedish, element. So something like that. The heat thingy in my room. through the water pipes, right? All metal connected, lots of noise. But it's kind of quiet now, it's also summer. So not much noise actually really here. I did see a tiny shape of my computer. It's fans probably, but I can't hear it really. It's kind of quiet. So I will need, well, let's make a new one just to do it, that we can use later for cars. It's on the blue mic, which is, it says blue on the snowball there, right? You know. So that's its identity for me. So we're going to filters, and we're going to add another one and make it a VST2. And let's call it like traffic. Like open window traffic, right? And we could also put the plugin that I'm actually going to add here. And then let's select it. So refer standalone. And then we just open it, and we have this. And we have now the points. I don't really know how this works, you know, but let's actually turn this off. You will hear the fan in the background. We can test this with that. So that's how it usually works when you click the close open button. That's what's supposed to happen. So if we were to set this, so if we instead select precise, well, let's go for the point smooth and automatic. Yeah, so the automatic will hop it to precise automatically. And now it's really cool. You see my clicks? You can hear a thing there. Since my voice gets part of what's filtered. So we can capture a bit of it, and then if we're not pleased, we do reset, and then we click this again. Now you can see how I clicked my keyboard at the end. They got a peak down by this side. So that's the real thing. How could we like activate and deactivate if you want to keep the keyboard sound or mouse sound? But some people seem to like those in there, but it's anyway, it's not a part of the traffic, right? So if I were to open my window tiniest bit so we can hear the sound from outside. I don't think it's really worth it because I'm not putting the pollen filter in now because it's not really colder outside. It's not worth it. And there's no traffic. So anyway, so this we will, when I have traffic later, I will make this an actual filter that works. So now we only have the desk fan one, but I created this one before stream. And apparently the fan was noisier then. That's funny. right? So tell me if you can't hear me, but it looks like you can hear me here, right? It passes through the filter. So I would like to learn more about the filters, because this image and this image, it looks like my voice is like hardly making it through here, and the volume here says something else, right? So I installed these plugins some time ago, but I'm sure you can just Google them. Anyways, let's make a test here too. Because I didn't hear the TTS before, that's why.
Connected to channel Fix at 42. Fixerbot
So
says,
it was not
Welcome. Stream
active.
starts in 5 minutes. T minus 4 minutes. Stream about to start, 1 minute left.
Fix it says, test.
So that it read all the messages, it meant that it was actually active and up, kinda. It was minimized though. So you need to kinda have this window up. That's Chrome. Chrome's fault, not the bust itself. So so there. Just making sure to have it all on. So the next thing I want to do is do these filters. I want to be able to connect and or like start, enable and disable them without going into the filter settings, right? So I'm just going to start my phone here, where I have actually still running Lyra on board. So I should get a new app. Maybe if I'm doing a bit of streaming stuff, maybe I should take some opportunity. But I don't think so. It's working fine. When I get a problem, then I can update it. So this is the one that I have up on my phone. So I'm thinking I don't want all of them, but like turning the fan and the AC on, they are kind of current right now. I could make, more buttons. I could just change this to 11. And we have more button places here, but I think this is kind of nice size to have, 3 times 10. Also, we could make them shorter. We don't need microscope FS, these long text, and also they shrink. The size shrink. So if we were to do like 4 here, it just shrinks the font, so it still fits. So, but I kind of like the 3 one. It's aesthetically pleasing, right? So let's just make 2 buttons down here. So these I can move my camera around. And let's see, so I'm not underneath the camera there. So here I have removing the camera itself. It will just give me a short ad for 5 seconds before it starts us up. There. Done. So I can remove my camera with this button. And so let's see. I want to see myself too. So with the button beneath it there, it's the waveform. I can add this waveform here. So I have this kind of thing here, and then I have the right one. I can have one on the right side if I want to, and then I can activate on off. I don't want to click any one that's activate because it might like break things. Then I can make this round or full screen. I can make it green screen. So let's bring something green up here. So we're green screening. So if I toggle this button again, it goes to a green post-it note, right? So then I also have the same for the desk here, the toggle green screen there. Then I have scene switches here. So this is the big camera. So if I were to switch to any of these, you wouldn't see this anymore. So we can go to desk, because then no, it's a microscope there too. So, but they work, the buttons. Microscope full screen, desk full screen. So, so the thing with the microscope, it's not powered. That's the only thing there. So let's at least, this is only connected to OBS. It's not connected to Twitch or anything. So I used to have everything in here, but I moved to StreamBot, so except for the buttons. But the buttons, they're best in Sami still. And this is an old version of Sami because they stopped having support for the onboard apps that I use. And it's kind of convenient, so I just stopped updating it. We'll see. I'll probably take the time to research what app I should run on the phone instead. So to avoid getting a boring gray button, let's actually copy a button. So we're going to change a filter. Do I have anything that does that already? I don't think so. Anyway, this is a free app, and the app for the phone is free, so it's 5-second ad on that app, which is an old one. But it works on old phones too, which is nice. That's why I'm keeping it so far. Though the oh my god, Christine maybe, that makes Sami. She has made a new app that's not supported on those phones, but he gave me the tip that I can use the web, and that worked. So there is a solution. So I might switch. Anyway. Let's just take anything. This is a source on off. It's not far from a filter on off. So we'll just copy this button and we'll paste it here. So I don't have to set the background color to the right thing and copy that number instead. That's easier here, right? So if we just double click, we can edit the name over here. And you can see I have a backslash n in here to make it into 2 lines. So that works great too. What should we call it? Fan filter on off, right? We want a toggle, and we will need a backslash n here because we don't want that on one line. That will be tiny text, right? Fan filter. Fan audio. I think fan audio is better. I could also type filter. Anyway, let's look at this one. This is a toggle for something that needs a more complex toggle, right? So scene name, source name, and here we're not actually interested in a source name. Let's add something. Okay. If I click plus here, yeah, then I add. We're going to do something with a filter. So change filter. Yeah, there's a toggle. That's what I thought. We don't need to keep track of it ourselves. Right, so we can just toggle filter visibility. So I don't think we will have any use of the code that's in here. This is too complex. We can just delete it. Let's actually make sure here. Yeah, because this is kind of complex compared to this one, so I'm just deleting everything. So let's see, can I delete it like this? and selected everything. What if I just click delete? That doesn't work. Delete selected. So we click the button. Now we have a fresh thing to start with. And we search filter again. So we're going to toggle the filter visibility, though it's an audio filter, so it's the main OBS. The source name is actually nothing. This is the funny thing here, you know, because this is a filter on, let's see, maybe there is something special in this. Yeah, look here. We have the mic and the blue mic here. So they're actually, yeah, this is the source name. Yeah, right. So I haven't used filter before, so I didn't read source. I thought it was the scene. It wanted the scene first. And it didn't. So here we have them all. This is very simple. And since it's a toggle, we're done. We're done. We just need to select this button will be the desk fan, right? So we save it. We look at the background here. And I'm going to try to be quiet and run this. We can see the fan noise. You can probably hear it too. I can always hear it, of course. So, button works. So let's copy this button now instead, because we have a more suitable button, and we paste it. And let's first change this to AC. Audio on off. It is audio on off of AC, right? Not just a filter on off. We're magically turning the fan on here with, well, just the audio of it. So it's the same mic, just a different one, and I called it AC. So turning this one on and off won't make much change, you know, since it's not even on. But we can always check. Let's run it once and save. And also, the buttons have already appeared on my phone, so I can put them there now. So we don't have to have this up. We save it, or else it will disappear if I just close it. You know? So let's test the button on my phone here. Right, we can add the other camera that we had last time, so you can see. So it is connected. Fan audio. No, it doesn't work. Nothing happens when I click. So I'll have to go back and check. So semi, vertical, and this one. So when I run it, it no longer works. I know why. Because the AC audio one was on. And it covered the same frequencies. So that's why. Well, that means it works. It's just me not thinking thoroughly. So if I turn the fan off now, or on rather, now the fan filter is on, and then I turn it off, and now I turn the AC one on, which takes a wider frequency, right? so it also covers the fan. Meaning I don't have to have both on, right? So I'm turning it up again. So we have the fan noise. And then I'm turning the fan audio on. So we shouldn't have any fan noise, and to make sure of the status of these, we'll go into filters and check that we have only the fan one on now. Nice. So it works. So the buttons are done too. Is there anything else we could want to play with OBS before we go to the hacking bit, right? I don't want to hop back and forth. So now I can use my main mic without you hearing my fan and AC. That's nice. Traffic, we should take care of that too, but I need traffic to, you know, sync the filter. There are kind of a lot of bass in those, right? So we could guess, but why? It would be nice to have like one bus filter. I can hear a car actually. It's gone that quickly, so it has to be several. Like nighttime when everybody gets back from work, there are more buses certain times of the day too. So, and also I would mind. I'd have to be quiet for all of the testing time. So, not really possible, right? Me being quiet? I don't know how to do that. I can, of course, but it's not very fun, right? Yeah, and I'm cheating today because I couldn't sleep tonight. It was both my back pain and extremely hot in here. And since I woke up with asthma yesterday, I closed the window this night. And I think it's positive effect on actually the morning temperature in the room. But during the night it was, well, I woke up all the time and then I felt how annoying my body felt too. So I probably just sleep through it usually. That pain. Oh, it's an old car crash thingy. Also, I'm just ignoring it usually, you know, but sometimes, well, listening for the kids needing help. So, I think it's time to switch the title of this, and I didn't do it actually. I didn't add the on-streaming bit on YouTube, because, you know, alright, so you can see. So on Twitch I added, I'll do this first thing here. So, we're going to continue now with the Windows privilege escalation, because I really, really want to finish it. But I also really, really want to learn all the things in there, and it's a great room, and it has so many details that I don't want to miss, and I want to dig into everything and find out all the things I can learn about it. And add it all to my notes, right? So we never forget it. Also, I think I will redo the SQLI room because actually I don't think I have those notes, which is very annoying. I used to take my notes in Google Docs, and I had them there, and then I moved them to my notes now, to my Obsidian notes, but I don't think it's there. I think it messed up. I messed up somehow. So let's see. I've noticed that a few times all the things are not saved. So this is just me making some notes on something totally different. Because I raided Tiberius yesterday. And I realized I didn't have any notes on filter, but I should have also. But I'm sure I have it in my box notes. So I'm I'm curious, can we search here? This would be nice if we could search, but we can't, right? Search in folder, we can. So, very, very interesting. So, it added here path. Right, I love this. So let's go filter now. And apparently we have filter in these nodes. So let's just take this as an example. And because I knew I had this kind of recent thing. And let's go back to the filter one. Right, I could just go back here. There, so we have an example here. So I can forget about this note for now, though I actually have this one up still in my... I thought the name was kind of funny with .php, right? So I'm going to close this tab down in my browser. The Kali VM is still up from yesterday, so we don't have to start it. TryHackMe is started itself at 11. And I'm still, because I joined kind of late in the stream, so I paused at this place. We'll have to fix a new webpage for this site, because I have 2 others, but they are not, you know. So, seriously, I'm thinking about switching where I host my domains. It's kind of, the company, at first it has a kind of special solution where you could select options how much resources you wanted, you know? And then they kind of switched me to like their general minimal one, and I don't know if I got a change in the price or if they just changed something there. Anyway, I was uploading to YouTube here, trying to not lose anything. So we have 2 Firefoxes, and that's kind of not very useful. So let's close this TryHackMe down, because this is the one we had up from yesterday with our Googling for stuff. Right, and here we have the actual pages. So, yeah, I got links to. I asked the question there in his chat. So FastDB, and I googled that, and then I got a link from MSec here to, well, the last one. There. But I wasn't really looking for LFI. I was just generally looking, but this was great. So, let's see here. So I was looking at what on earth is 403? I don't know, right? But there were SQLi here too. So this is a great list. So blind, let's click this one, and we have lots of examples, things to test, SQLi. I was just smiling at the or 1 equals 1. So delete. Well, you should probably not just put this in some kind of script or something, right? But we can get lots of tips, and I could never make this long list myself. And there are also just versions of things too, right? So this was an odd one, with all of the... Where would you use these?
Fixerbot
Hi.
says.
Hello, welcome in.
YouTube message from Olybyek Shamshadinov. Hello.
Translated from Russian.
Oh, it's trying to translate the message. Welcome in. So in Twitch chat, I have it read, and that's why I'm sending YouTube chat to Twitch chat so that it's read too. But I'll have to make it so that YouTube chat is read itself. Then it wouldn't have to try to translate there. But maybe it's nice because then I can read your name, right? Because I don't know the Cyrillic alphabet. So welcome in. Yeah, so this was a great resource that M6 sent me then. It's nice. So we'll have to really... I'll put it in several places in my notes already. So I think that I'm kind of pleased with that. So it's in here, I think. No, it's not in here. So I was going to add it here. So we're at the SQLI here. Let's copy this link. And then I'm going to close it because there are several other things. I think I added to general just fuzzing here too. So I put it at fuzzing. It's only this link now. Very, very great link. Then we have this FuzzDB that I have to look into what it is. And finding application security vulnerabilities through dynamic application security testing. Right. So this is only this FuzzDB. So let's go to this one, for example. So to compare, let's look at LFI. Yeah, and they have this actual file that I was just looking at the other place. So it's the same one here. Right, so also in this list we can see, I was kind of looking for what files do I want to check. If I have the ability to read the local files on another system, what files do we want to check? Of course, ITSY password will give us usernames. That's great, but what else would be very useful? And this is like a long list of them in different formats, but it's also just file names. And of course for not only Linux, but also Windows. Here are Windows paths. So this is very great. Yeah. And very, very great even. Oh my god, what did that police academy, what did they usually say, that dude? Used to say something twice, so my memory is going here. So, to detect SQLI. So, look here, we have so many things. So this page, let's go back here and put this link also in the SQLI. No, not SQLI, but
YouTube message from Olybyek Shamshadinov. My name is Olybyek. I am interested in cybersecurity. Now I am study at 3 course at the university. Can you give resources or recommendations for build skills and so on?
Yeah, we're just going to hop into TryHackMe after I'm adding this great resource I found or got help to find. But also look at streamers. You know, like me, there are lots of others. There's a site called Infosec Streams, and here you can see right now it's just me online. It's also early morning in lots of countries. But you should definitely check up a lot of the others. Let's see. We have Al Hasred. Let's see. I know he hasn't been. These are sorted. So here's Al Hasred, and he also has a YouTube channel here. So you go to this Infosec Streams. You check out Siren. Check out Al Hasred. You can also check out this Pawn College. They actually have like free college courses. Breaksec, of course. He has news, and he was before others were things I know. I've never really seen him stream because he seemed to be nighttime for me. She does like darker things, I think. And then you have Nahamsik doing, bug bounty things mostly, right? But just finding the vulnerabilities, right? Lots of stuff. I know some people are like talking Spanish and Portuguese, and I don't really understand the thing. So, who else? There are lots of people. You can just check here who's online. Hate Handles used to stream a lot. I don't know. GoPro Slowyo is the one who makes and maintains this site. So definitely check him out too. But also, unfortunately, mostly streams when I'm not awake. We have Trash Puppy. You can see who of course, Theo is the name here of B7H3O. It's B Theo. Yeah, so lots of people streaming here, and then just Google on anything. We can ask ChatGPT for details. So we'll hop into Windows right in a second. Let's see. Here. So after checking this out that we were doing, we can close these, because I did have a crash of OBS last time, so I'm kinda interested in keeping the resources down. Yeah, so this was a graphical version, I think, of this one. So, FuzzDB. Let's assume files. I just googled it. FuzzDB project. Is this the same thing? GitHub. So definitely connected, right? It's the same thing. They provide these like this. Let's see here. So if we click the fuzzing one here, FuzzDB, maybe this is other things too. Anyway, I'm kind of pleased with this link. Let's say what SQL Blind uses. Insert, where, order by. Let's click the first one. Wait, lots of delays here. Yeah, so this is like automating things, right? This is for automation. So he just tries them all. Tell me if there's anything you want to know that I might know. I'm a noob myself. I've been looking into this for about a year now. So There are people that have been doing this for decades. I worked in IT though, and I've done programming since I was a kid, so I have that knowledge at least to start with. Yeah, so we just clicked a random thing. Let's make sure that we have a base link in our fuzzing here. That's what I was doing. So these are two different GitHubs with lots of help. What on earth should I try on my... I want to try if this SQL is available, if we can do stuff. Then you can look and see and get tips. There. So let's close this tab too. And this one I want to finish looking at. I want to have a reminder for myself that, yeah, I should fix this web page. It shouldn't be empty for more than a month from registering the domain. I'm also looking for the mail, but I didn't even think about making a website there. Of course I have to, right? Maybe we'll do it in a stream. That might be fun. Yeah, let's close this too. So I have it so that I can switch screens easily here. Let's hop me to the other corner. Also, I don't really like animation. I like when things just go there at once. So if someone mind that, I'm sorry. Right, did I close? No, we still have the audio animation around it. What do you think? Should I keep it or remove it? I have a button here. Round waveform off. So now this is more serious, right? Not me playing around with OBS. So let's see. I just want to F5 this and make sure that we have a new one at work here. It says 11 hours, so it can work on that for 11 hours if it wants to, and then I'll upload the next one. I was going to stop uploading them, but it doesn't seem to be like YouTube actually works very well. So I think all of this, I have this one in my list. Do you not have sec list? Yeah, of course, but of course we had to look into the sec list too. So let's close this one and let's double check that we haven't missed anything, right? Oh, right, that's just my starting an inventory of stuff from my web shop. So sec list, we want SQL I. So going back here, this is actually sec list. Right. So yes, we have it. And I'm thinking now I missed something. Did I not put the link there that I thought I did? So, fuzzing, and here we have LFI, SQLI, the 403, this is what I was looking at. Yeah, and then I had the JHadix linked. That's what's the thing, I guess. So that's why I didn't connect it in my brain. I did in the notes. Yeah, so we're done with this. Done with the notes on that. We're going to go to Windows. We're going to continue with making notes on what do we do if we end up on a Windows box. How do we explore and escalate our privileges. And that's what this room we're doing on TryHackMe is all about. And that's why I'm looking so thoroughly through it, because we want all the details on all the things. That's what we want. Yeah, so this starts with services, and this starts with privileges. So we're working on this privilege here. If we have SE impersonate or SE assign primary token, this is what we're going to add notes on now, and also do the TryHackMe learning room on this. So closing, yeah, so this is current notes for this, so we don't need to close these. And we have been using InPacket secret stump just now for another part of this. So these both are probably still interesting to have up. And I was just searching for it. We can close that one. These are the constants for Microsoft Privilege Constants Authentication. So still interesting to check things there, what it says about them. What's the description from Microsoft themselves here. So let's continue. I'm just double checking that you can't hear my fan because it's noisy. Ah, quiet. The mic just goes down to 0, so very nice. So yesterday I had to use another mic.
Infinite says,
Here.
hello.
Hello, welcome in. So we're just about to get started, get it back to this room. So we'll have to start the box again. So this is the
Are you doing
TryHackMe.
shatter attack?
No. And I'm not sure I know what that is. Windows, you're welcome to teach me things. I'd be happy to learn more. Windows Privilege Escalation is what we're doing here. And this is the last room in the Junior Penetration Tester path. So I'm kinda like, oh, I want to finish this, but I'm more like, oh, I want to learn all the things. There. So we have 43 days now, it says. I'm kind of half caring about it. I cared enough to click something the day that I wasn't doing anything. So take ownership. We did this yesterday. There. And I should probably stream a bit shorter every day so that I have time to the same day make like highlights of things. And that reminds me to make a marker now in the stream. So I'm just typing marker. And it doesn't need, I don't need anything else. There. So we did like streaming stuff first for an hour, apparently. Well, we did some cybersecurity already, right? Anyway, SE impersonate, SE assign primary token. I did read this yesterday, but it was yesterday and it was late. So I'm going to read it all quickly again. These privileges allow a process to impersonate another user and act on their behalf. Impersonation usually consists of being able to spawn a process or thread under the security container of another user. And I'll actually not read this bit, but I'll explain it. They're just explaining that if an FTP server couldn't use the user connecting token, well, then they would have to use FTP's token. Yeah, token is the right word. So that would mean that FTP would need to have access to everything, and also that all users would have access to everything. It would have to handle it itself, and that would be a mess. So that's why it can impersonate. You can use Anne's own token here. So I don't know why they did a very long explanation of something this simple, but this is kind of where we were at, I think. So, if the FTP server user has SE impersonate or SE assigned primary token privilege, all of this is simplified a bit, as the FTP service can temporarily grab the access token of the user logging in and use it to perform a task on their behalf. And will be what we use to gain root administrator on this one. So I think root, even if it's Windows. Now, if user N logs in FTP, let's read it all. Service and is given FTP user has impersonate privileges. It can borrow N's access token and use this access to access her file. This way, the files don't need to provide access to the user FTP in any way, and the operating system handles authentication. Since the FTP service is impersonating Anne, it won't be able to access Jude or Bill's files during that session. As attackers, if we manage to take control of a process with SE impersonate or SE assigned primary token privileges, we can impersonate any user connecting and authenticating to that process. We can't just hop to anything, we need them to still connect or authenticate. In Windows systems, you will find that the local service and network service accounts already have such privileges. Since these accounts are used to spawn services using restricted accounts, it makes sense to allow them to impersonate connecting users if the service needs. Internet Information Services, IIS, will also create a similar default account called IIS app. Default app, of course. It's just lots of P's, it's funny for me. Sorry. To elevate privileges using such accounts, an attacker needs the following. 1. To spawn a process so that users can connect and authenticate to it for impersonation to occur. 2. Find a way to force privileged users to connect and authenticate to the spawned malicious process. So it's not as simple as the previous ones we had, where we didn't even have to leave Windows in the last one. Well, we did. We did. So, I'm going to add these to the notes. So I'm not going to copy it all, but let's copy it first. Accounts with these privs. I'm just doing privs because it's kind of long already. And then we have also IIS there. It's so nice to have the fan on. My brain slows down if I get too warm, you know. It feels like you're like walking through mud with your brain. So this is obviously an IIS thing. Also create a similar default account called for web applications. And IIS is obvious as web applications. To elevate privileges using such account, an attacker needs to do the following. And we will need these two also. But we'll formulate them differently probably. We will use rogue WinRM. So this is where I ended. Yesterday I was feeling that I was getting tired. Very straight thing to get in the evening. I think I streamed a few hours too much there, maybe just all day. To spawn a process so that users can connect and authenticate. So what we need is to spawn a process that users can connect. And so this is what we need to do. And then we need to force privileged user to connect and authenticate to this. So spawn a project with well, it's obvious there could be more accounts, and I'm adding others just to be specific and don't leave anything out. Spawn a process with these accounts have these privs that users can connect and authenticate to. Force privileged users to connect. And I don't have any clue right now how to do this, but I'm assuming we will learn, right? So there's a tool now that we can use, apparently, that I've never heard of. That's called Rogue WinRM. Maybe I have heard of it. It's always funny when I search in my notes and I find the thing I thought I never heard of, and I've used it. Let's start by assuming we have already compromised a website running on IIS, that we have planted a web shell on the following address. Yeah, so I did click the start button, right? Apparently I did not click the start button good enough. That's odd. I remember removing those. Is it me? Like the brain died. So this tool is what we will use. So let's copy the name
Panda
of it.
Tongue says.
It's definitely you.
Must be, right? It must be. So good morning, Panda. So it's early for you on your way to work? Already working, maybe? Let's start by assuming we have already compromised.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just opened the stream and you said that lol.
I think I clicked the start machine button, but apparently it was not started, so
Yeah,
that's what I
just
was
rolled
talking
into
about.
work.
So, I'm your background noise. So I noticed that this one said machine IP. I was like, what? I did click the start button, didn't I? That was what I was talking about. So, we have this funny thing that we are going to use SE impersonate SE assigned primary token here in this TryHackMe learning room. They're suggesting a tool called Rogue via WinRM exploit, or that's the exploit name. We will use Rogue WinRM exploit to accomplish both conditions. So let's actually add exploit here. And then I'll add more when I know more, because I don't know anything yet. Let's start by assuming that we have already compromised a website running on IIS, and that we have planted a web shell on the following address. And then I read machine IP. So now we have an actual IP here. We can use the web shell. I will just copy that for later. We can use the web shell to check for the assigned privileges. Sorry, looking at chat moving. To check for the assigned privileges of the compromised account and confirm we hold both privileges of interest for this task. Yeah, so let me just log into the VM here. So always nice to check that you're typing in the right field, your password right, because it's very, very secret, of course, and nothing at all that I well, this is the the last one. Oh.
How did your yard sale go yesterday?
Yeah, it survived the rain. That's what happened. I think it survived the rain. Anyway, now it's all clear skies, kind of warm day, so everything should dry up if something, whatever got wet, because we had a lightning storm yesterday. But it's kind of warm. It looks like it should be a tiny bit of rain maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe I'll have to put everything inside of the trailer and just have like it inside if it's raining. But we have so many dry days, so I think it was kind of nice for all the lawns and all the other plants that they wouldn't go just brown and die to have some rain yesterday. Yeah, you're at the right screen here.
Haha, yeah.
So I don't like rain a lot, but it's kind of good to have anyway. So this is from the other ones. So this one is still on. So we're still running the SMB server. Well, let's actually turn that off. But I learned that yesterday. Lots of good knowledge in this room. And yeah, I covered this thing, I think, to the notes. So my brain is switching between Windows, CLS, and clear, and then I'm almost typing clear screen, and I think that used to work. Let's see if it works though. I don't think it does. No, you can just do clear. So, so we're in this folder that I made for this room. So I think we have a few things there already. Yeah, those. So, yeah, right, I was thinking they gave us this. Let's always explore a bit before they tell us to, right? Hello, cow. So, I got this from LF5, then I saved it as a file from Burp. It was kind of fun. I've never done that before. Yeah, I was actually pasting all of it, so we don't have Burp running. Let's not do Burp. So the default command for it is. So we've already been THM backup and THM take ownership. Let's assume we're the third one then. Oh, we're the IIS one they mentioned. So we have those permissions, right? Because they mentioned here that this is one of the accounts that have these. Since it needs internet will create similar default accounts because they need to impersonate connecting users if the service needs. So now we know who we are. What were their suggestions?
Superimposer says,
Hi everyone, hi Fixit, how is it going today?
Yeah, it's going great, thank you. I started with a few fixes, and now my real mic can't hear the fan. So I hope you can hear me good through the filter of the fan. So let's see. I have added a filter here. So if I turn this off, you can hear the fan. And I hope that my voice is not too scrambled by this. You'll have to tell me now if it's okay or not. And I also made a button on my phone so I can turn it on and off easily.
Now I can't complain about the mic, D.
Panda Tongue says,
Voice sounds better than ever.
Thanks, guys. So the funny thing is when people say things sounds good and then I listen myself, then I'm always like, what? Why were they so kind? This sounded horrible. Like, let's see if I can trust you later. So let's continue. We did one Who My, but we didn't do Who My Priv, and that's kind of what we're interested in here. Like, so now we can see
Superimposer says.
Everyone hates their voice, so you sound good.
Yeah, but I don't mind my
Pendatong
voice. I'm
says.
used to it.
Time for the karaoke stream to hear what you really sound like.
Oh, so you want me to sing? Okay. You'll have to like bribe me there. I don't know how you would get me to sing. Really, it's probably impossible. I'm too aware of my lacking abilities, but I can do it for fun. That's one thing. I don't intend to sound good in that case. So.
Superimposer says.
That's a good idea.
Karaoke
stream, I like it too.
Though if we would do a karaoke stream, then it would definitely be with Discord and you guys joining in, right? Because I'm not doing that alone. We could have like a karaoke competition where we vote on each other.
Pendatong says.
I'm not shy.
Yeah, great. I'm not really either. Actually, we had a kickoff on Electronic Arts when I worked there, and we were paired, and it was just for fun karaoke competition, and we won.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't think it was a singing talent
I
there.
don't have a microphone. I'm moral support.
Oh, you have to get a mic, or we won't have. Anyway, so we won, but I think it was more like our show sense, not the actual singing. So some people, they just sing like this, and some people are like crazy.
Dick.
Translated from Dutch.
So let's see. So we have them here. Like, it's tiny text for you guys. Why don't you complain? You can complain. It's loud. Especially to say that, my god, I can't read a thing. I hate when that happens on stream. If I'm watching someone and they have
Superimposer says.
Words.
Twitch con hype.
Yeah, okay. Let's do this seriously and actually put it on the list, right? Because I did add my private notes where I have things, plans, and to-dos things. So, I think I might have like a suggestions or something. Stream ideas. Yeah, so let's add Nori wanted a cooking stream.
The good
here,
part of being broke, I can't buy a microphone for the Discord karaoke night stream.
Oh. There. Is it karaoke? Yeah, because it should be karaoke then, not why do we say karaoke? Oh, whatever. It's my tiny Japanese knowledge butting in and saying, what on earth, how are we pronouncing this? Yeah? So, let's go back to the actual studies. We have it on the list. It's there. It's in our thoughts. But there's a requirement. Rasop needs a mic. Must get a mic. So, the ones we need is SE impersonate and SE assign primary token. So
Came from Asian. I don't know why we now call it karaoke, but I think is a Japanese thing, as you say.
Yeah, it's Japanese. Karaoke. So, I don't know if they say it karaoke.
New follower
or they
Roz
say
Rom. Less than 3.
Welcome in, Rosram, welcome in. So we can see that we have the SE signed primary token. Do we also have the other one? I don't think we
New
do
follower
both, right?
Cheese Code. Less than 3.
Welcome in. She's VS Code. Welcome in. Everybody has so fun names. Though it's kind of funny because everybody says fix it sometimes, and then I'm like, what? I have to fix it. Oh, you're talking to me? Maybe I didn't choose the right thing. Maybe I did. I don't know. So we don't have SE impersonate, but we just need one of them. Yeah, it's there too. SE impersonate. So I don't know if these are always connected. Impersonate client after authentication. Replace it process level token. So this one has disabled as a state. And I read here that the state doesn't matter really. Because maybe we can change this. It's the thing that is in the list that's the important thing. So maybe it's just that it's currently we have disabled it for ourselves. I don't know. If you know, tell me. I read that on one of the pages, not in the room, I think, but something I was reading. Let's hop back to this. So, right, they're underlining them in the list here.
Superimposer says.
According to Wikipedia, clipped compound of Japanese kara empty and oxutora orchestra, but I think call it karaoke sutora is a little bit too much.
Yeah, but I know they say like karaoke in Japanese too, right? So we'll have to like look at some put it into Google Translate and make it read. Okay, we have to solve this one so we can let it go, right? Let's detect language. That will be fun. Karaoke. And detected English. Let's say we want this to be Japanese. I'm apparently not very good with the alphabet here. Couldn't find the J. So let's read it.
Karaoke.
So karaoke.
Karaoke.
Yeah.
Karaoke.
So it's apparently not
Karaoke.
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 Karaoke. Okay. So they say actually karaoke.
Cheese Code says. Dick. Translated from Dutch.
So now we have to pronounce it correctly. Or something.
Superimposer says.
Same phonetical pronounce, but Google is more Murica.
I'm like, what are you saying? I don't know what Murica is. Do we have to Google that, or should we study? You can tell me. You can tell me, and I'll continue to read. To use Rogue WinRM, we first brain focus. To use this was the exploit name. To use Rogue WinRM, we first need to upload the exploit.
Murica is the
target
country of
machine.
guns and freedom with guns. Is a joke.
But okay. And it shouldn't have hit my head because I have a tiny headache and that was stupid to do.
A distortion of
tiny.
America.
So isn't that America already without the distortion? I think that's like some people think that at least, right?
Ask Theo.
Okay. So now I have to ask Theo more. I asked him yesterday how it went into you, but I have to know more. I had one today too, right? Oh my. So for your convenience, we this has already been done. I don't want them to do things because I want to do it myself. So C tools, we have this. Let's Google this now because I want to know more than what they're giving us. So, Antonio Coco, this is the same. So, that's some Reddit thingy. Just a list. Well, this seems like an interesting thing to read. And I've been to that page, but let's open it again. More interesting things. And why did I drink that energy drink? Now I have to go to the bathroom. It's like a constant in the world. The rate rise of potatoes. We want to know more about potatoes, right? Oh, it was like a file. Okay, okay. Materials. Pen test party. Sweet potato implements rotten potato, rogan and juicy potato. We thought they were potatoes, but they were beans. Google can be funny sometimes, right? Well, people writing things on the web could be funny, and then Google just finds them. So, I didn't actually open the first one. I wanted to confirm that it was not like a million ones, but this seemed to be the one. And this is just the main file of it, I'm assuming. So lots of files. And this is CPP. So the code. I'm sorry, a quick bathroom break. Darn. Okay, okay. Då ska vi göra lasagne istället då. När ska jag skapa den då? Okay. I'll just go start some lunch too. Well, it will be quick. I'll just throw a thing into the oven. I'll just be back. So, actually, I'll switch mics there so I can talk to you still. So I was kind of planning to. I mentioned tacos to my kid, and he was like, "Oh, I want to know." So, he said he couldn't wait for the time I said, which is like 18. And then he said then he wants something else. So, because I was already starting to plan, and I can invite her into that because she's kind of low. Well, we'll see. We will do it still. He will be hungry. He's turning 14 next week. He will eat lunch. He's also much taller than me. And he requires food. So, let's just put a timer on. So, how long could this possibly take? Let's actually look at the. So, 45 minutes ish. I don't believe that. I think it will be more. And he will think that that's too long. Gee, because anyway, too long is food, right? So I asked him a bit ago if he wanted something to eat before I started streaming. And he said no, because I just ate this and this and this. So, teenagers, boys, and food. So we're not going to read the code, okay? I'm sorry if I do that too often. I'm just going to quickly scroll through it. We can see at least the length of this code is kind of long, right? So it's nothing you look at the stream. So that's just the main file. This one has a release with a zip. So contains virus or malware. That's nice that it detects, right? Full description ad. Yeah, so this one that I was seeing there. So I won't read this on stream either. The question is, when will I read them? So let's go back and check this readme. We can do that. Rogue WinRM is a local privilege escalation exploit that allows to escalate from a service account with SE impersonation privilege to local system account if WinRM service is not running. Default on Windows 10 but not on Windows Service 2019. Briefly, it will listen for incoming connections on port 5985, picking a real WinRM service. Okay, so that's how we get the credentials there. It's just a minimal web server that will try to negotiate an NTLM authentication with any service that are trying to connect to that port. When the bit service running as a local system is triggered, bits is the download one, is triggered and will try to authenticate to our rogue listener. Once authenticated to our rogue listeners, we're able to impersonate the local system using user spawning an arbitrary process with those privileges. Again, so bits runs its local system. It is triggered. Okay, so how does it trigger it? It's just triggering randomly in the background. So background is part of the name there. I don't remember where it was. I didn't read about this since 2000. Once authenticated to our listener. Yeah, so as long as something that has privileges authenticates to us, which is this, it will work. So why do we need WinRM not to be running? Because that's what we use. You can find a full technical description of the vulnerability. Yeah, so that's the link I opened, but it was kind of long for stream, I think. Rogue WinRM is a file, and then we have P, program to launch. A, command line argument to pass to the program. L, listening port. Default is 5985 WinRM. And this is why it can't be running WinRM, because then we can't take the port and steal it to listen there. Right, of course. And D, debugging output. So we can D to get more information. We can change the port that we don't want to do this because we will connect to another port, maybe. But we can if it's already running. Who will connect to that port? No one. But there's the option to do it. And then the program to launch we have to set. So examples, who am I? Anti-authority local service. Who am I? Pred. CD10. Rogue exe. CMD exe. So CMD is a program that's run, and then it starts listening. Received HTTP negotiate request, sending. Is it so tiny for you? Of course, but I know GitHub is not good at zooming. I'm reading it anyway. So received HTTP negotiate request, sending the 401 HTTP response with NTLM type 2 challenge. Received HTTP packet with NTLM type 3 response. Using NTLM type 3 response in accept security context. Bits triggered. Now I have to Google what on earth these letters stand for again. So, no, not Swedish bowling. Not Swedish car part company. Okay, bits service. Background intelligence transfer service. There. Background intelligence transfer service. Because I know that's. I use that actually in a script to update stuff in the computer. The template package in the place I work. So let's see. Did I hop to the right place? That was a screenshot. So, bits triggered. Auth result 0, anti-authority system. Create process with token V. Okay. Yeah. Their queue. So, now we're curious what their queue is. So we need to learn what their queue is. I'm not just hopping over that. So is it the owner? The queue switch with dir command displays metadata tied to files and directories along with ownership details. Yeah, so ownership and other stuff then. Okay, it's nice. So we learned something. I learned something at least. I will probably forget it if I don't use it. And we're looking at Windows here. So, but this is a basic command. Where could I possibly put it? Like CMD commands? Yeah, let's. This is a site I discovered a few days ago. It was a very nice site. All commands. So we could actually just for fun, look at dir here. So, oh my. I did not mean to open WinSCP right now. So close there. So there. So do we have Q? This is a nice site. It also has Linux commands. Here, display the owner of the file. So this one says it's only the owner. We can have lots of other information. So it's just added here. And this whole is owner. Might be nice to know sometimes. So I wasn't reading here. So why did it hop there? This is where I was. Here, dir queue, and then they get this here. Running an interactive CMD. PCMD. Yeah, so this is what we're supposed to do after. So let's actually use this to continue our notes. What we need to do is to actually upload exploit, and then we have to, of course, put the link to the actual exploit because I am not assuming that this will exist. Let's put this link. And not here, the notes. There, that's good enough. And then we, of course, run it. And let's actually reopen that first tab. Was this where I was reading? No, it was here. So for interactive CMD. Then we have another one here for reverse shell. That might be nicer. I don't know. This mouse opening things. If someone has suggestions for not making it open these, that would be so nice. So for MC Rev Shell. I keep reminding myself that I make these notes public. I have to add full words and not just minimal, and try to make it readable, even if then I also automatically make it readable for myself if I forget. But I would never forget what a reverse shell is, right? That would be serious brain damage. Anyway, we read all of the things, so we have a bit of a better grip on it. And this is just the same thing. So I just opened it again for some reason. So they have put it in the CTools folder. It would be easy to download it there, right? So let's assume that we want to upload it. Meaning, let's also actually go to the site again and actually copy this link to our VM. Let's upload the file and do the whole thing because we want to practice things. We just don't want to be quick, right? We happen to have more than this. Yeah. So let's say we only have the web shell. Can we do this here? I think we can just do everything this way. It's just that I'm used to it not being this bright light. Why not on here? Nice, nice. And I'm sorry for not doing that earlier. We get the output and everything, you know. Why not? Why not? So let's go back to our little here and let's make sure, let's actually download it this way first. So this is of course then a Windows executable. And yeah, it was just slow. Didn't I click? It's just slow. So a zip file, and I will actually use the GUI. I need to practice this. So can we just like, we can't open folders here. But I could like drag this to Kali, right? And then it's moved here. GUI stuff in Linux. I'm like, why? But it's good, but I'm not used to it. So where on earth is the file? It's so much easier to see if it's just normal file listing. Here it is. There is the file, and then we have the TryHackMe one here. This is not in any way optimal. It would be so much easier to do this. So now it's here. Maybe I shouldn't even have it here. Let's not have it here. Let's make an exploits directory. I think I have one already. So first of all, can I control X? I think I could, right? And let's now go to Kali again. Do we have exploits? I'm so annoyed at this. So I need to learn how to fix the formatting of this. How do I do that? Let's go to the view. No. Arrange items. Yeah. No. List view. List view. This is better at least. Much better. Because just random icons, it's how can you see anything? And all the names are kind of short here, right? So make it a bit tinier. And I'm sorry if the size of the font here. I'm learning graphical Linux at the same time, so I'm sorry here. There's no font size there in the properties. That's the properties. Configure preferences. So preferences, we want this to be nice for people watching stream. Thank you. So icon size, tree size. No, I'm going for actual text size. Icon emblems. Tree pane. Come on. Well, I'll Google later. So for now, I just want to see. And now I can actually look here. And I think there's a button to make a new directory. Isn't there? I'm so lost on this. I really need to practice. So how do I make a new folder here? I might just give up and make it the normal way. So sorry, I failed. So one of the tabs, let's cd here, and let's make their exploit there. I couldn't make it. So I'm sorry. Now we have exploits here. Now we have it. I will try to move the file and the graphical stuff. Let's see if I can do it. The file name was R. Right. Now I know. I cut it. So I should be able to paste it here. Yay. Oh my. Let's see. Can I extract it here? Extract to. Extract here. So I use the GUI. I even deleted the file in the GUI. It was the first time. I couldn't make a folder though. I couldn't make a directory. Create document, empty file. I feel such a noob. Uh, so, what we're going to do now is just to share this. Python 3 -m HTTP server. I should actually type it right, all of it. -m HTTP dot server, and then port there. So now we have in the expos directory here that we can reuse. We have the rogue WinRM executable. So if we would ever end up with this situation again, we have it already downloaded and ready there to be used. So now, well, let's actually close this. So now we have this, and we have like a command prompt here. So let's use the notes to find the best way to download something on the command prompt, which I just updated yesterday, I think. But it's not in CMD commands. Maybe you should have like, I have copy here. Yeah, so that's kind of good enough, right? Mm. Right. So this is for uploading, and this is for downloading. And for CMD, we can use the certitle command, and let's update this to actually be. We can actually copy one because these lines, could be used again. And this is our IP, so it's correct. But now we go exploits, and we go and I didn't have the exploits there, so that was new. It's nice. RM, wrong machine, tabbing. Rogue win RM. Let me remember that. Rogue win RM. Yeah. So, that's also annoying when that happens. Rogue win RM. Was it really like that? Yeah. .exe. Very good typing there. So let's actually add it to. So this is a good thing to actually also look at, because in this case we have had the permission here, but we're a user and we have like a current directory, right? So let's just see if we can just put it in this directory, and then we try to run it from this directory, because I'm assuming we're in some web directory, right? This probably might be the right place. So let's just try and do this and see if it works, right? Hi, welcome in. So
Diablo 4698 says, "Hi."
I shouldn't reply before the TTS says something, should I? So let's see. I should have tabbed here. So we have this web shell on this box. So let's see if we can run this command, certitle. Use certitle to upload this file from our machine to it. And they have prepared a file for us so that we can use, but we want to play with this and see if we can do it ourselves. And I'm trying to use just the current directory. And we will see what it says. That will be fun. So, command failed. Internal error. Oh, well, it's nice to have nice errors there, I guess. So the question is, what failed? So let's try to write. So what could possibly? Let's cheat a bit. Let's see what this says. So we'll kind of know it's IIS already, right? So, and we're the IIS user. So what directory would that user have access to write things? So we'll just Google. And we have the name of the user here. This is us currently. and make sure that we have right access. And then we might not work anyway, you know? It might just be a limited few things that work. So I want to see. Because if we didn't have this file already on the machine for us, we would like to know. Right. Access. How to set. So lots of people trying to set IS. Permissions overview. Overview. No, the how do I give permissions? Might be that it doesn't have any permissions. Sorry, I'm just scanning the text. I'm just scanning for a path really now. So the IS, I'm not sure if it. Oh look, on Windows Start you can't assign application to a folder through process security and do the admin command prompt using grant. Yeah, so this makes it read for something, but we can't give it permissions. How would you find permissions? This is a good thing to know. We should know how to do it. I'm actually thinking, though I got kind of disappointed on ChatGPT as always yesterday, every time ends up me being annoyed at it. But we'll get annoyed again probably. But let's just start with a question I already asked Google, and see if this is good enough. So let's account where right access as default. Version. So get the current dear Windows. Okay, I'll fix the spelling a bit. How did I type that even? I don't know. So, yeah, I was thinking, yeah, CD, PowerShell is get location, CD, %CD. Yeah, so let's just try CD first. So now we know where we are, right? It worked. So this is good. This is good to know. So if we're in a web shell, we can do cd to find where we are. So let's actually open those two and go back here to the start here, and basics and find, like we can do if web shell, get info on current there, just CD there. So it's useful sometimes, especially if it's tiny things that you can. Oh look, it really went crazy here. He could have just answered with 2 letters. So sometimes I just say answer with 3 sentences, so 3 lines or something. But it's kind of annoying writing that all the time. And if I try to make it remember it, it will never work. Well, it might remember it once and then it's bye-bye information. So we didn't get any hints on this. So yeah, we're at the prompt. Um, this is fun. This is fun. So uh, so also this is kind of fun. This is a make file. And this is Mathematica. Okay, sure. It worked out. Very, very intelligent thing. This applications root directory, temporary files. So what is the application root directory? So how on one line switch it to there and list there in CMD and yeah. So right, and that's also conditional. It doesn't work. Oh. So sorry for not switching. So I had CD there, so that's what wasn't working. So now we can list this, so we can see versions here too. Oh, that's nice. So let's actually add this to the notes. I'm trying to remember to switch back and forth. So we could do this. And this is just an example. Well, thought, more like a thought. And the directory that we're aiming for is this version here, right? So we haven't done anything like nmap on this one. I almost have to now, right? See, since this is not really a box like that, it's more like it's a learning room. So look. So now, why didn't I look at this before? If I have the wrong path, then of course it fails. Did I not call it that? So exploits, right? Um, row. Did I misspell it? Yes, I misspelled it. So there, we still get an error. Uh, did I not do this correctly? So it's still using the same name. Oh, why does it still use the same name? Because I still asked for the same name. Okay. So now we got the same error, but we get a 200 error. So now we have. It didn't look like this was a problem, but now we have definitely checked that it's not that it's a problem. Internal error. Because we don't know where to put it, right? So yeah, I was going to run nmap to find the version. I opened a new tab list. uh, why did I tab there? Because we actually had the IP. 190, 164, 190.164. There. And this will take a bit of time, so we'll be reading a bit. Meanwhile, so temporary files directory is this. So if we can find this directory, we have a place that we know that we can write. So this is a good tip with the and on here to remember. So this will give us like we got 4 versions. We were aiming for this directory, so let's copy it here, and let's also update our copy command here. I think that's his right spelling. So I'm just reopening closed tab here. RO. Oh my god, that's quick. I put it on 42 minutes. I'll just check on the food.
Superimposer says.
Gosh, that was a good wake up, D.
So it's on 20 minutes now. Because, as I thought, it was not at all finished. It was all white lasagna. It was frozen, you know. To imagine it being finished in 40 minutes. I don't know how they thought that would ever be. This is kind of big lasagna like this. Family style. Finished but frozen, you know. So you could also cut bits in a frozen thing to microwave it, I think. Ah. The whole thing would never fit in the microwave, and it has a metal like container. Okay, sorry for waking you up.
I don't want to be the stereotype, but you know I don't know how to use a microwave tongue.
Uh-huh. Okay. Isn't that all you know how to use then? Is this stereotype? I don't know, whatever. Who knows only how to use a microwave and who knows doesn't know how to use a microwave? I'm not up to date on my stereotypes here. What kind of stereotype are we trying to get into? Um, yeah, so this there. And spell things correctly always helps. But this might not work. We will see. We also can just nah. You know, we have several logins to this machine, but I'm thinking if we don't, you know. Also, we could just SMB share again and like run it from the SMB share, right?
It is useful, I know, and very fast, but I've never used, nor owned one, and I probably miss a big part of fast meals.
So you only cook in the oven food, or did you mean to say that you've never cooked? That could be one, you know, interpretation of not knowing even how a microwave works, you know. Some people just eat out all the time. They exist. Um, so, so we're digging into this a bit. We could just quickly do it and not to learn anything. But I want to learn as much as possible, taking the opportunity with this box to do that. Yeah, so this is a gold folder. It's not actually anything, but we do have. Right, right. I was like, where? What? Is this one string? It's not. No, it's correct. So this version directory, um, let's actually look at this again while we wait
I
for the
began
hangman.
cooking when I was 8 because mom had to work, and that guy was finally out of our lives, so I am the one cooking in the house, but
Okay.
unfortunately I've never used the microwave.
So it's kind of nice to have both, you know. So this time I'm heating up finished food in the oven, so it's not really cooking either, right? But I don't want to do lasagna manually. With making the sauce, all the things, nah. I don't have time for that. Then I would have been doing that all day instead of doing this, so. Right. Or we would have selected something else. Well, I was going for tacos, right? It's not a lot of work. And I already did the meat sauce, so that's done. And my kids only want the
Yeah, I see
finished
many potential
spices.
uses, and I probably have to own one day.
Yeah, just to make oatmeal, you know, anything. You can even oh yeah, microwave popcorn. Mm. Simple things that don't steal from your making real food in the oven or on it thing on the stove things. Um, actually, let's see. You're on the right side, so right page. Let's
Popcorn. Tasty.
yeah. So they're better in the microwave, unfortunately. We have one of these hot air thingies, you know, that just blows them up, tiny thing. And they always feel a bit burned. They taste a bit burned. And if you make them on the stove, it's like popcorn everywhere, and they're burnt
Well,
too.
one reason I
Probably.
don't do it is because it's tedious on the pan.
Yeah, yeah. So just put a tiny bag in the microwave, listen for it to almost finish popping, and then you have perfect popcorn. And you can have with or without, you know, butter and things. Uh, so we have 4 versions here. So that's why I'm interested in seeing the end map. So it answered RDP. I'm scrolling too far. HTTPD. So how is
Yes,
10
defiantly is
implemented?
one huge reason to own a microwave. Okay, back to note taking. D.
Yeah, yeah. So here it says 10, and here we have 1.0, 1.1, 2.0, 4. It doesn't matter which one we take, you probably, because I'm just looking for write permissions. So probably all of them work, right? But I'm curious because could we see these versions there? Does this mean that 10 means 1.0, which I don't think. It says 10.0. um, and this is the same one that we've been using for the other things too. I'm also just reading the rest of the information. So let's add here uh, v4 dot 0 dot 30 31 9. So now we have the listing here for this, and here's supposed to be a temporary files directory. Did I see that? They're like so mixed. So we should just write the name. Here it is. So temporary ASP.NET files. So now I can copy this instead of typing it. So also there's spaces in here. So there are no temporary files in this directory, but to copy this one, right, switch screens. I'm trying to pop into that thing there. So this was this example. These are more like examples here. I was going for this. Looking for right over there on web server on IIS. That's better. And then so Will this work? I'll change this when I know more. Yeah, right, because I had spaces in there suddenly, so I added these. Yeah, and these were dots, not spaces. So now let's actually go for the command we already did here. So it's not supposed to be at this place. I'm just putting it close so that I can just copy this directory. Right, we don't need those. Nah. There. So what do you think about running this command? Will it be a difference from the failure we had before? So let's actually again this is what we got before. So if you change this now to the new one, which has a destination that is not just a file name, a full path, and a full path that we should have write access to, then it worked. So we have our file. Nice. So the command worked, meaning we could add this to this is if it's a web shell. This is the let's I think I might just copy all of it and then I'll delete that bit. Can't I type it all? Well, let's actually also leave the one of these as a hint on what you could do to list contents of a directory. And go to and list contents of the there. And then the whole pasty thing is supposed to go here at the very end, because this is a web shell we're at, and then we're this is for more the common information. So this is what we're doing, and these are parts of it. And then we can run copy. Looking for there where wow, it's too long. IIS account has right there. So then we copy the file to there using certdetail because we're in CMD. And it's kind of long. And then of course it's time to run it. And to run it, we have very good notes here from Am I blind? Did I close it? That's stupid. So I was going to copy these. And I did, maybe? Yeah, I copied them to the notes, but somehow it's not here. There. And this is also what we will need to run. But we will also need to supply the path. So, and also CMD won't do. We'll need a netcat. The netcat one. And we'll need to add this. Because it's a path. And assuming NC64 is here, we have already copied one file, we could copy another one. For now, let's just accept that they supplied it, right? Because we could do the same thing again and it would have the same long path again. But Windows 10, let's actually do
Diablo
this.
4698 says, "What are you doing?"
I am using SE impersonate SE assigner primary token permissions of the IIS. Very right. We'll need to fix this. It helps there. So I could have also escaped it. Maybe all of these account names should be. So these accounts have these, and they have supplied us with a web shell to play with this in, and they also gave us the files. But I wanted to try and upload it, so I did use searchutil, and I found a file, a place where it could. But I didn't try Windows 10, so I'm actually going to redo the upload with searchutil here, using the much shorter path of Windows 10. So it might not work, but let's see. We got this. You can see that the computer successful in this time, and before we didn't. So Windows and 10, and we'll see if we can put it there. And I'm kind of thinking this will work too. What do you think? Yeah. So Windows 10 would have been shorter. So we could also put Netcat here ourselves. I do think I have Netcat in my download. Like, this one is still server there, and we might need it. Let's just open a new tab again, and I'll lay this. Let's see. I'm thinking I did something. We have enum. We made exploits. We have shells here, but share is a directory that. Sorry, should I put a timer on my computer? Would have been less scary, right? So I don't have a tools. Let's make it tools. And I have lots of trash files here. I should clean it up. So they usually share this, but in tools, let's look in shelves, because I'm thinking Netcat might be in here, and I'm thinking Netcat should be in, yeah, so I have ncat.exe here. That should be like tools instead, right? Then I have I have other exes, you know, that are supposed to be exes. So this is a Win-x86 service that connects to Netcat on this machine with this IP, you know, but it's not a
Superimposer
tool.
says.
Ha, this time I was outside, so you don't get me, D.
Yeah, so I'm going to go check on the food. It's probably done now. I hope so. My kid's probably hungry. So I'll just check it on the oven. We'll see if it's done. Right, I didn't switch back my mic, so you can still hear me when I go away. Yeah, nice. Nice or not nice? Så Linus, verkar det vara klart?
No.
Lite till? Vad tror du? 10 minuter?
We'll see.
Mm-mm.
I think it'll be done in like 20 minutes.
Mm-mm.
But I'll be down here, so.
Okay. That's my soon 14-year-old. So let's see now. 10 minutes more, 10 minutes more. Right, so let's actually, this might not be general. This file, this path works fine too. So so I'm thinking that this is more of a general path for this, right? So we did write it there now, so we could run it from there. Let's keep the long one for now, and we need to update the IP, of course. And let's start Netcat, and you're on this machine, right? Yeah. So I'm not going to move it right now, or will I? No. So let's just open it. 18.21.26. Done. We have 453. And so, will this work? What do you think? So, we copied the file to both directories with search util here. It worked fine. Now I'm pasting this kind of long path, though Just keeping it long to see if it works. We could use the C Windows 10 one now because we put it there too. And then we just do what they put there. We don't do it again. A and let's get A and then this. And with this font, you almost can't see the space there. Right. We should, of course, have this up so we can see. So we didn't get anything here. So I'm just thinking, let's try the short path. C Windows temp instead. So we have less to struggle with here. And then we don't have to have these. P, the program to run. A, the arguments. So there, now I got it. So the arguments are this, really, for NC64. So if we run this again, so listening for connection. Ah, okay. So that's not what we want to do. Right. So let's just try the CMD one. Here we have it. This one is simpler. It's just running this one. So let's try this one first. I haven't looked at what they suggest. We don't need the A here. So we're just running CMD as a program. And this is a web shell, you know. But let's see if it like finishes. We can do it. This is not a netcat. We'd have to look at the commands, right? So did it do anything? Yeah, it's thinking. Well, it's I don't think we'll get any feedback until it's done. Using anti-LM type 3 response and accept security context is triggered. So we got anti-authority system this time. And it created a process, but we can't use the process, you know. So if we copy this and just do who am I here, I'm assuming this is just the normal one, right? We're still this, because it's all every one we do, it's new. So I will actually have to look into nc64.exe. And maybe we should even upload our own, right? But first, let's just make sure that the box does not end. And my timer seems to be set in my brain on like 20 something minutes. It's funny. It could be 58 minutes instead, right? So, or like 1 hour and 2 minutes. So not as close to the edge. So let's see what they told us to do, because we were not doing what they told us to do. I was just looking at things myself. To use Rogue WinRM, you need to upload this byte to the target machine. And for your convenience, we have already been done. It's here. So this is what I read, and I was, no, I want to do this myself, right? So I got it. Uploaded with a search util instead. I might actually change this. C:/ Windows temp might also work. And then we change these to, because it did work. Did I get you this time? Res up. So I'm changing this to temp just because of readability of the notes. This is a long directory. So this one didn't work. So we need to, what do I have in my paste? Okay. Why did I have that? It's quick to read, quick to write, I mean.
Yup, but I was procrastinating anyway, so is a half value.
Okay. So let's look at nc64 .exe, and I think this is what they well, not at all there. I assumed they had put the file there, but I didn't get the example from TryHackMe. I got the example from this page. So, of course it's not there. I'll have to upload it too, and I don't want to look at the page until I'm like, I've done this. But they're doing nc64, and I have ncat.exe in my computer. So, well, we could just say nc windows github instead, so we don't limit ourselves. Let's use the file I have. I'm sure it works. And then we should probably move it to the right location too, right? So this is why I have my curly line at the bottom, because this one pops up at the same time otherwise, and that's kind of annoying, right? So I have it on the bottom. I think I've gotten used to it now. I don't look at the top anymore. Oh, what did I click there? So, oh no, I wanted to go there. And let's see, this one is running stuff, this one is not. So, yeah. Tools? Did I make tools? And then we will... Should I move it? So... shells. ncat.exe. Here, thank you. Yay, I remember the name. So now it's in tools. So let's actually... It might be there though. But this is not the same name. But I don't think it's there. Why do we have this one up? Because I asked it for a temporary file in the directory and it suggested that, which was not a good suggestion. It should have suggested Windows 10, which is much shorter. Yeah, I was looking for right access directory. So this is where I got this bit from. So now I'm going to go back to the nodes and do the search util thing again. So before, so this actually, until I'm done, let's remove that. And we're going to add another search util, but this time it's going to do tools and ncat.exe to say Windows temp ncat. There, so when we run this command it should work, because now we know that we can write in this directory, and I think I wrote the right path. I kinda knew it, right? Kinda. The only bad part with having it at the bottom is the Windows one. Is it the same place? But it's just a click. So to confirm, we have certutil -url cache -f, and then we have our IP port, tools ncat, and the path that we have confirmed we have right access, and it completed successfully. So let's hop back to, my god, too many windows. Also, let's actually clear this one. Looks nice, right? So let's copy the command here, because now we just change it to ncat. And I'm not sure if this is the correct command, but we will know soon without googling. Testing is the better option, the much quicker one. If you think it will probably work, because this is what I would assume it was intended for. So I was a bit confused before why it didn't work, but then I realized that the NC64EXE was not from the TryHackMe room, it was from the RogueWinRM page. So it's not saying hello there, but it's usually slow too. It takes some time for it to do its service thingy. So this is a kind of taking time thing. So it takes time before it even starts with the second bit. Running the program here. It does its thing, it's all internal, then it runs this. With this argument. So I am being patient. I'll take the opportunity. It beeped. I thought it wouldn't be done anyway, so I might miss something now. We'll get something back. You fail if nothing else. I'll switch the mic again. I do want to remember back. I do want to remember this is back though, because I think the other one is better. It smells very deliciously. Linus, har du checkat?
Yeah.
Är du redo? Det är klar va?
Yeah.
Yeah. Vad bra, det tar rätt sen. Jag ska gå och fråga labben om han vill också. Eller vill du ha mig där? Du clown.
Yes.
Yes. You can do it. It's always fun to ask. Do you want it or do you want not want it? Oh, labban. So my 16-year falls mischief. Yes, gubben. Det
I
skulle
want
inte...
this side. I want this third.
Okej, varsågod. You said you could do it.
No, take it out.
Okej. Jag bara skojade gubben. Jag vet att det inte är tillräckligt med såsen. Jag tror att jag måste skära först lite.
Yeah.
Is this enough?
Yeah.
Nu får vi se om det här är... Jag tror att det är ganska lagom va? För det börjar bli mörkt på vissa ställen sådär. Så det jag gjorde nu. Jag behöver inte ens lyfta fort. Jag bara lyfter från båda sidorna på en gång. Vill du göra det här själv?
Maybe a fork.
Åh, vad varmt det är. Jag tänker mest att...
Just give me that shit.
Jag tänkte väl
You're
det.
slow.
Yes, I know. Better do it yourself and it's faster.
There you go.
Hello, what's you got? So how much hot food do I want today when I don't want hot food, right? I want cold food. I've only been like eating yogurt and sandwiches. It is a tiny bit colder today. Or well, not cold. That's the wrong word. Less horribly hot. So my god, I will never finish this bit. Tror jag tog för mycket, Linus. Ja, vi får se. Come back. Actually. So. Yummy. It's a bit light still. Right. The new purple mouth mat. trying to save it a bit here so it'll actually stay nice and not get food on it. So I'll be right back. Right, so we haven't got a single thing, meaning some part of it worked, right? Because we didn't get an error message? I don't know. Didn't I just click it right? The machine definitely didn't stop, at least. Right? Because nothing happened. This is listening. So I'm thinking the next thing is to check the actual command. Let's actually look in my notes. Because I've used
Diablo 4698 says, you are there on Instagram.
And this is the start here. This is where we're at. And this is where I've used it before. Well, kinda hard to read the parameters here. Someone who has a plugin for Obsidian to unencode. This is the same one. So it's mentioned twice here because it's the download and the running. Do I have a clear text one? So exec users public %5 C must be the slash here, right? Or the backslash. Then we are %20 -E So if we compare to this one, -e cmd. So this one has .exe, cm.exe. That's the only difference. Let's add .exe to ours. Which one did I click? cmd.exe. Yeah, right. So now I do it with the requests instead of the script. The Steel Mountain thing, because I want to explore, you know. %20 minus e %20 cmd.exe %20, the same IP that we have now. Okay, so this one is the other way around, and it's the full path to this, but not to cmd.exe, of course. So this one has it switched around, but both worked, I think. Bill shell. Yeah, we were the user called Bill. It worked. So let's just, you never know. Let's just run it again. So did I somehow miss like the button or anything? Strange like that. We could also do like echo high. Oh, I missed some messages.
Keep Instagram.
Let's see. You are there on Instagram. What? What? Diablo, tell me, I don't understand. Instagram. I don't really use Instagram. I think I have a login because I needed that to see something. But I've never really used it. I just followed someone who wanted me to follow them or something. Like that. I think this is too hot to eat. This is good. And also smoking hot. It's smoking. That could kind of sounded odd. It's smoking and very hot.
To follow you there too if you keep it.
What keep what? Keep what? Warm. Yeah, so I really don't use Instagram, and there could be too many social medias, you know. You can't do stuff everywhere. I'm thinking of putting on Twitter, and I'm not using X name. That I'm streaming or something, because randomly people are following me there. So I don't know why they do that, but they do sometimes. Well, not a lot of people, only I almost didn't share anything there yet. So, this one has the IP at the end. I'm more like into, let's just restart the poor thing. Well, then we would have to upload things again. Let's look at what they say, right? The box. Actually looking at TryHackMe's page. What's the intended way they have. The rogue WinRM exploit is possible because whenever a user, including underprivileged user, starts the bits window in Windows, it automatically creates a connection to port 5985 using system privileges. Oh, this is what I was lacking from my notes. Yeah. Port 5985 stable is used for the WinRM service, which is typically a port that exposes a PowerShell console to be used remotely through the network. So is PowerShell think of it like SSH, but using PowerShell. Oh, they're trying to explain. Okay. So. Assuming no knowledge of Windows, only Linux. Sorry for eating on stream. If for some reason the WinRM service isn't running on the victim server, an attacker can start a fake WinRM service on port 5985 and catch the authentication attempt made by the bit service when starting. If the attacker has impersonate privileges, he can execute any command on behalf of the connecting user, which is system. Before running the exploit, we'll start a netget listener to receive a reverse shell on our attacker's machine. On our attacker's machine? Why not say on our machine? And then use our web shell to trigger the rogue WinRM exploit using the following command. So I am comparing. They have the IP at the end that I had in one of my examples. A is for argument, P is for the program. So this is using the same that we did, only that this using. They have it in C tools, so if you want to use it. The NC64 one. Now let's see how old this one is. So 719 days. Yeah, I think I checked yesterday. So I too was using that order, and we have two things to try now. We have switching the order, and let's start with just. Oh, I Control A on the wrong machine. So Control A. See this one, then just like update the page, and this works, right? Then we paste our command, and P is this. Let's also make sure, right, where it starts and ends. Then we have A, and this is already this way, so this is a test, and this is one way I used it before. So let's see if this works differently. This is also the way they use it on the TryHackMe, but they have a different executable. So we can run theirs. It's just to change it. But I want to try this one first. The slowness of this one is a bit annoying. You want to know if it works right away, right? A connect should fail or succeed. It shouldn't like just be forever. But the Roguin RM does a lot of things. So we only see the output afterwards, since we don't have a real one. Right. So if you are in the authority system, we could like change the password of this user and log in as it. And actually have the normal shell to do this in as a test to compare. And we have had twice. Well, I'm calling it root, but you know what I mean. In the authority system, we have it twice from the other examples here. So should I assume that this one didn't work and change the path to tools? And this might be like 32-bit and whatever. If this works with no more changes on this, then I should check my tools directory to update. I'm assuming it doesn't look different, it just looks different to me. Well, I'll continue eating. There was a nice timing on this, waiting when you have food to eat. I guess this is my lunch. He was supposed to wait for dinner. Oh. Yeah, right, and I started after lunch. It's 3 hours, 23 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, right. Let's use their things all the way. But I am a bit annoyed that this is so odd. So I'm going to take the TryHackMe line here. Let's first just paste it next to mine. So, yeah, I used the one I had with this ECMD EXE IP port. Yeah. Yeah, so this was funny. So, my. Yeah, this should be theirs. So let's also replace the path here. Well, that's not theirs, that's just their path here. So C tools, and let's compare this to this. So, okay, so this is here too. Yeah, the difference there is a capital C, that's why it looks different. C tools, oh, let's do the, well, they have different, whatever. E, then we have just the attacker IP. The port number might, possibly, but sounds kinda odd, right? That's the only other difference. And 10, 18, 21, 236. Alright, so we could change the port number too. That's the next thing to test if this doesn't work.
Generalissimo69 says,
Hi.
Whoa. Amber is the color of your energy.
Amber.
Shades of gold displayed naturally.
Shades of gold. I don't understand. So let's see if this works better. Welcome back, Journalismo. How are you?
It's
I
a
hope
song.
everything is good. Oh, it's a song. I'm no good with songs. Someone suggested we have a karaoke stream here.
All
I'm
good.
Like,
I'm bored.
You're usually bored, right? You're always bored. Let's hope. But I can
Let's
entertain
set a
you.
karaoke stream then.
Yeah, but you'll have to join on Discord, right? That's the reason why I haven't done it yet. All these 1.5 hours since the suggestion was made. This is interesting. So their exe worked. So my exe was probably not good then. What else could I try? Yeah, because now we have the shell there. Let's go back to using my Rogan RM. I should have done who am I guess. So my location, the one I downloaded, is Windows 10. So, oh. So say Windows 10 using their netcat with the one I downloaded. So it works. So the problem was not my download here, but that I was using another netcat that didn't work. So if we change that one back, let's just do the who am I. So we have that checked. Oh my god, I have to exit first. I'm curious what would have happened if I did CLS there. So let's change this one to it's quicker to type. Windows temp cat. So now we switched the netcat. If this works too, I'm going out of my mind. But I'm thinking it won't work. And I need to update what I have on my hard drive there. But we got feedback. No, that's the old one. So this seems dead. So, people, what are your best netcats for Windows? Where do you download them? Because I've used this one before and it worked. But I'm thinking maybe it's 32-bit and this only works with 64-bit on this one, which would be kind of odd, right? It worked! Okay, then it's just the box being funny. Or me making an odd typo I missed. Because now we're using both files, the ones I downloaded. So let's copy this one. And let's put it next to the others. So let's put it in between these here. Well, I'm going to add so why is this? There's a space there, okay. Let's
I know a drugstore cowgirl, so afraid of getting bored frown she's always running from something, so many things ignored frown.
What? So this doesn't work, of course. I just had to test it when I had it up again. So let's do Netkit again.
I'm very helpful, smile smile.
So, what's the best Netcat Windows executable? Be useful. Find it for me. You got a job here. That's your job. Let's see if we add these to the exe file. This is the only difference I could find. And we run this. Maybe I didn't wait long enough. Might have been me not waiting long enough. But I did wait. I did actually go make food. Right? I put the food on my plate while waiting for this. So it seems very dead. So this might of course be how this web shell works. And it might again be very slow. So food finished. So I don't really have to let me fix this. So let's look. While we wait for 3 eternities at least. Just putting back my new purple nice mouse mat here on the desk. Didn't want to get food on it. So, Google. I might have started Googling already. So these also use nc64.exe, and they don't link it. So let's assume this is the file name of the file. Let's see how popular this is. 522 stars, that's not much. Let's just open a few more here. Well, this didn't seem to be... I was just looking for some links to it, you know? So here we also have... And this is a release. And this is a netcat for Windows. This is very not green. 6 years ago. 6 years ago. So it seems to be... What? This was the first one, you know, that Google found. I hate these kinds of dates. If it was Sweden, this would probably be the year, or this would probably be the year. Maybe this is the year. I don't know. This is good date. This is unreadable. Depends on locale where you what year it is. I don't know what this person is thinking. So 298 kind of says that this is a year. The last bit. Also, this is not very new. And this one has 9 stars. This is why I was like, where's the best place to download Netcat? NC64.exe, you know? So the latest here is from 2018. So they might just be perfect and not need any updates. But 522 people, that's a bit too little for me just to download it and think, here's a good file. And 9 stars, that's like nothing. So, best so far. And this is the tiny one. So the one that I downloaded was called NCAT. This is a source we trust. Nmap.org dist NCAT portable beta. Ensure the file has been time where you can check the graphic in the portable version from Network, please. Neat portable. Well, let's look what that is. Sometimes recommend use how to building a portable version of NCAT. Microsoft Windows by means of static linking. The resulting binary NCAT.exe can be run as a standalone executable with no runtime dependencies across all versions of Microsoft Windows starting from... let's actually download the file from this machine. It might be old, but it's at least on the machine, you know? So, the thing that seems to have broken this is these. Not the ones in the arguments with the main program. And then it works, which is kind of funny, right? They are allowed here. Well, anyway, I know why mine didn't work, because I was trying to be safe. That's funny. So from here we can just download it. So let's see. Current directory should be this. And in packet no. Switching the over again now. Moving the phone back closer. SMB. Well, there's the server. So why? I was right. SMB. There should be something here. No, because I did it on the machine, right? Of course. No, I didn't. Am I totally... Oh, I know. Okay. So... I will exit it. Then I'm sure I close the right one. So... So we can close this down for now. We have uploaded the files. And... yes. This is the one where I run it. And I didn't close it down. This is where I run the help, at least. So I'm actually going to evilly close it all and open a new one. Being slightly annoyed at the history. I need to learn more how it works. Oh, this is just slow, and I will have two popping up. So, come on. Seriously? So I'm just waiting for this. Alright, time to switch ears. 3:48. I'm keeping check on the battery times, tiny bit. But I guess, started them before stream, so. So I did something as advanced as clicking here. Now, so. Okay, I'll look at my notes. I was trying to go on history. So I know why. I had to sudo it. Oh darn. That's why it's not in the history. Because if I had sudoed it... Right, and I don't have the password for this one. So we can connect to one of the others. What was I going to do? Right, I was going to download the file. Okay, so let's actually do it this way. This is okay. Only the directory is wrong. So there. So we can share it as TMP to copy THM backup, copy master for 555. And then we can go there and we can download the file. So I should remember this. If I don't find it in the history, I could search history, of course I was going to, but then I thought of sudo. Or actually I looked at my notes, because we just use it here. Here, that's where we used it. So not too long ago. Yeah, so now we have Windows temp, this is correct. And the order here doesn't matter. I'm kind of sure. We could try it too, just to make sure. And we're going to, of course, need another tab here. Well, yeah, we do. And let's back to user being B here. No, it's the same. It's not the same IP. Right, so let's. This password annoyed me. The word is mine 2022. So the password for this user is copymaster. Copymaster 555. And the username is backup. And then we need the IP too. Current IP. So also added an R to the box. So 190.164. So let's just hop. We could have used another directory to share. But that was a nice trick to easily download files. And this machine is so slow. Did you see the CMD there? It just disappeared again. I'm waiting for something to happen for my click. Okay, clicking again. CMD. Let's do the admin one. Darn. 555 something, but what was it? Copy master. Copy master 555. Yeah. And so let's actually go to the place where the file is. So it's supposed, of course, to be readable by everybody, because that's the reason. So here we could just dir. And then we have the executable that I'm interested in, the NC64. So let's just copy NC64 .exe. to 10, 18, 21, 26, and TMP, right? Just comparing. There. So, here, authenticated, connected. So let's cd dgem cd. Oh my god. So we have the file there. So let's move nc64.exe.
Fixerbot says,
Time to move it, move it. 5 high jumps redeemed.
Hi Geico, thanks for the redeem. I'll just copy the file. I think, yeah, it moved finds local files in the current directory there.
Goaku says,
25 high jumps redeemed. Just kidding.
Whoa, 25 high jumps. It might be hard to continue afterwards without being too out of breath, right? So you're doing everything I do times 5, right? Now we have more space here to do stuff. Alright, I left the door open too. That's why I can hear my kid more. He's one of them that's jumping around in the living room downstairs. So, I was going to do it to... No, that's the wrong one. There. And tools. So cd. I'll just check and confirm here that we have both of these here. Oh, look. One of them is not executable. Not that it matters, but maybe nice. But why are the others executable? The sum.hive file. Why is it executable? Why are all the files downloaded with Samba to this machine executable? Anyway, the size of these files. Look at my ncat and the nc64 from the box. It's crazy size difference. Also, for some reason, root owns that one because I was sudoing right when I started the Samba server. Because of the Samba port number, right? Yeah. That's why I need to sudo it. And then all the files will be reading with root. That's not a problem. That's just like... I just thought, why? So I'm going to jump now. So now we actually have lots of space here to move the chair away. So, were there just one redeem? Just to make sure. Okay, 25. I'm not doing 25. Oh, I haven't moved a lot today. I kinda needed that. That was nice. Oh my god. I feel so stiff. Why? Should have like timer. Should have a stream timer. Every 2 hours at least, I have to move a bit. And then I don't mean running down, getting some food or something. So 10 was out of breath enough. Alright. I'm actually sitting up. So I'm thinking I have a third USB hub that's not being used. And when I connect the camera I usually have here to power, or to the computer to have a good signal, then it usually don't get enough power to charge. Faster than the power drops from using it as camera. Which is a problem, because it runs out after about 2 hours. But if I connect the third USB hub, I have 2 connected already, 7 ports. And only use it for cameras. Maybe. Phone cameras. Or others, I guess. But my real camera doesn't... It has USB, but it doesn't use any power, you know? What I noticed was that when I use this power cord, that's just a normal phone AC adapter to the wall. Then the power does not run out. The phone did overheat once and close down, but didn't just generally die. Yeah. So Gaku, you can redeem again after 5 minutes. Or you can redeem the other things. I don't have the wake up one though. Well, I am cheating a bit. That's covering up what I'm drinking here. So now we have this Netcat exe on the machine. And let's actually make a few notes there. Let's do nano notes. nc64.exe was downloaded from the... Oh, tabbing in the wrong machine again. Bugs in the I'm scrolling in task 6. Task 6 in the Windows. Is it just called Privask? Privilege escalation, of course. Privilege. I spelled it right. Escalation room. I tend to add a D. Add to jump. There's I remember. So we just got this from here. So maybe we want the other ones. There are potatoes in this directory, do. So oh well, they both start with the same thing. So these are also well, they're old from 2020. So, no. So I could have just... Why close it down? Why do anything? Why not just Control C? This. So let's abort this one too. But it's nice to repeat what you just learned, and I did do that there when we downloaded another file from the box, which is nice. I assume we're done with this, so let's continue where we're at, which is like a bit down. So let our web shell to trigger exploit the following command. Yes. To exploit might take up to 2 minutes. Yeah, so I might have some of my tries. I might not have waited long enough. So the browser might appear as unresponsive for a bit. This happens if you run the exploit multiple times. It must wait for the bit service to stop before starting it again. The bit service will stop automatically after 2 minutes of starting. Okay, that's good to know afterwards. The P parameter. So let's see. Let's add something in the notes. Since this starts the bits service, it there will be a delay of about 2 min between until you can run this successfully again. So just tiny thing. The P parameter specifies executable. Yeah, we read the GitHub for this, which is N64 in this case. The A parameter is an argument. Since we want N64 to establish a reverse shell against our tech machine, the arguments to pass to netcat will be cmd.exe, type your IP. Couldn't they have numbers ending with E? It would have been much more fun. So, if all was correctly set up, you should expect a shellable system privileges. Yes, and we got that. Using any of the 3 methods discussed in this task, gain access. Yeah, we did all. Don't forget to input the flag. I unfortunately did it on the first one. So we ended up in this one. I know when we started it again. So, now we're going for Windows Privilege Escalation. Abusing vulnerable software. I wonder what software with this will be. Click the start machine, so we have to terminate the old one. And then we click start machine. And we don't want this. We want RDP. So let's close this web page down. We might need the browser more. I'm actually exiting this. It's nice to have a fresh one, right? I usually don't. Well, kinda nice, kinda nice. So, we don't have an IP yet, but we have these. So, THM and Prev again. password. Okay, we're back to the old one. This was for the rest of the previous ones there. Yeah, we just got the IP 192.40 there. So let's move it over a bit in case we want to see some netget or something. Network disconnect. Ooh. That's a new one. Did I click the X or something? Let's leave it for 2 seconds. So, yeah, something is wrong. So, I'll just do this. Just restart the VPN just to make sure that's not the problem. The box should be started. Things should work. Another user connected to the service. We'll see. Because I just read the... there were different errors on them. Very odd. So, let's continue. Unpatched software. Software installed on the target system can prevent various privilege escalation opportunities. As with drivers, organizations and users may not update them as often as they update the operating system. You can use the VMIC tool to list software installed on the target system and its versions. The command below will dump information it can gather on installed software. It might take around a minute to finish. Yeah, so let's run it. We still have the machine now. So... this is a very slow one, so when I type the C, then I expect a long delay. And I'm thinking we'll keep doing the administrator because they have wanted that for lots of them now. And we're back to password 321. Administrator, no. Okay, so this one didn't have it. Let's just do CMD. It's unpriv, of course. Let's actually make this bigger again. And let's move it a bit over to the side. And let's make a new tab here. So we're prepared for whatever we want to do. So first we want to do VMI C. Product. Remember that the VMIC product command may not return all installed programs. Why haven't I used this? Because I've only used VMI through scripting. there. I automatically added a space. Let's not do that. Let's do the one we wanted. So, while it's thinking, let's check that we finished our notes in a good fashion. I think we ended up with a reverse shell. That's kind of all we need, right? So the next one is actually a new one. Vulnerable software. I was more thinking install software. Because we will need to start with enumerating. That's what we're doing. Still no results. Let's copy this line. Because if this machine is slow typing letters into the command prompt, no. I don't expect much in speed. Programs. And let's continue reading. Remember that the vmic product command may not return all installed programs. Depending on how some of the programs were installed, they might not get listed here. It is always worth checking desktop shortcuts, available services, or generally any trace that indicates the existence of additional software that might be available. So, also check desktop shortcuts, available services. And finally it replied. So this took a long time for the poor thing. So we have Microsoft Visual C++ version, AWS, VNC, Druva. How would you say this in English? Druva. It sounds very Swedish. Druva. Okay. InSync. AWS, more, and more Visual C++. Additional runtime. Alright, so I'm thinking how I should plan something with my mom. Because I think she needed a bit of company today. I had already started streaming when she messaged me about that. Well, we'll see. I'm thinking I want to finish this one today. That was a plan. And also she knows that I like work late on Tuesdays, really. We'll see. We run this. I don't want to miss anything, but I don't want to be I don't want to stress about it. That's the thing. So once we have gathered product version numbers, well, information, we can always search for existing exploits on the installed software on sites like ExploitDB, PacketStorm, or plain old Google. So PacketStorm, have I been there? I think it's new to me. So, of course, this is something we need to add to the notes. And the fan is on, and I'm not dying of heat, and you can't hear the fan. So exploits. There's a special section up here. Exploit involves and finding exploits. Google the thing. Exploit DB doesn't even have a link because it's so there. This is another thing. But why didn't I? This is probably old. Tell me if I forget to switch. So we just added this here. Whatever. So to go back here, look for exploit. For the, well, I call this software. Then we can do that again. I was thinking apps, but we had software programs. Should we do all three names? Well, apps. Why not? Confusing. Be as confusing you can. So, as usual, I'm thinking I should look here, but manually without reading more. But I'm also thinking that I have done this, right? So this is not like totally new to me. And there's a list of apps. We don't want to try them all. So I'm actually going to read more. Remember that not all. Using Remake in Google, you can find a known vulnerability on any installed product. Question mark. Everything is vulnerabilities, right? The target service is running running Druva InSync 663, which is vulnerable to privileged escalation reported by Matteo Malika. I almost had to Google this one just to see if it's Swedish with that name, or does it say anything else? It doesn't mean anything in English. In Swedish it is my brain is starting to go offline. Which is vulnerable from Escalation. The vulnerability results from a bad patch applied to another vulnerability reported initially for version 650. So why do they have the names here linked? Why? Is it because these are the people that made this room? Let's click them. I have no idea why they're here. Because there are details on this exploit. So I'm a bit too warm now. I'm just answering a message. And they're almost switched language and typing. So I'm just thinking a bit. And I'm also feeling I'm a bit tired, so... So let's check on the weather for tomorrow, because if it's bad weather tomorrow, it seems to be like moving. So the weather becomes better all the time for tomorrow, the prognosis. Let's see here. So now it's like hardly any moisture in the air even tomorrow. So not really. And the day after, okay, so I need to do nothing to the flea market. Right. They have another flea market payment. Ooh. Oh. So university tells me to activate MFA. Okay. And my sister sent an image of her 4-year-old. So let's see, she answered. So there. So I invited her for lite fika. We need a fika. Apparently it's a Swedish thing. Just some coffee and something. Mostly talking. She needs a bit of company. So I will stream until she gets here. That's my plan right now. So I'll just prepare so that I'm prepared. Let's actually pop up Twitch so I have it open at least. Or rather, maybe I should have Infosec streams open. So there's actually one other person there online. So we'll see which one ends their stream first. Otherwise, there's always other people. So at least I have that list up now. So if my mom would pop over, it'll take her at least 20 minutes. So we'll just continue, see how far we get. But I'm starting to feel a bit unfocused, so I don't want to miss stuff because I'm too tired. Of course, we could do like something more. I'm thinking a box when you don't have power in your brain. Maybe that's stupid. Coding. You can do that all night, right? Where I finish this. I didn't sleep much tonight. I actually didn't work this morning because I didn't sleep. So I slept a bit in the morning. It was heat and my darn back injury from an old car crash that kept me up. So, and heat from not daring to open the window this night because I got asthma last morning. When I had the window open and the pollen filter window, apparently it's not very tight. But I'm thinking of putting it in now because I can see it outside it's 23 degrees, 0.1, and inside it's 31.4. Which kind of sounds nice like 23 in here. Well, not 23, that would be a bit cold to me. But I'm actually going to open the window. Oh, let's actually start this phone because we haven't used this thing, and also I'll get a tiny bit more break from the things that I might need a break from. We'll see. I'm thinking, should I TTS this while I start the phone? And then I might read it too. We'll see. So I'll TTS this while I start the phone.
Case study, Drava InSync 6.6.3. The target server is running Drava InSync 6.6.3, which is vulnerable to privilege escalation as reported by Matteo Malvica. The vulnerability results from a bad patch applied over another vulnerability reported initially for version 6.5.0 by Chris Lin. The software is vulnerable because it runs an RPC, remote procedure call, server on port 6064 with system privileges, accessible from localhost only. If you aren't familiar with RPC, it is simply a mechanism that allows a given process to expose functions, called procedures in RPC lingo, over the network so that other machines can call them remotely. In the case of Drava InSync, one of the procedures exposed, specifically procedure number 5, on port 6064 allowed anyone to request the execution of any command. Since the RPC server runs as system, any command gets executed with system privileges. The original vulnerability reported on version 6.5.0 and prior allowed any command to be run without restrictions. The original idea behind providing such functionality was to remotely execute some specific binaries provided with InSync, rather than any command. Still, no check was made to make sure of that. A patch was issued, where they decided to check that the executed command started with the string c:\program data /drava /InSync4 / where the allowed binaries were supposed to be. But then, this proved insufficient since you could simply make a path traversal attack to bypass this kind of control. Suppose that you want to execute c:\windows /system32 /cmd.exe, which is not in the allowed path. You could simply ask the server to run c:\program data /drava /InSync4 /windows /system32 /cmd.exe, and that would bypass the check successfully. To put together a working exploit, we need to understand how to talk to port 6064. Luckily for us, the protocol in use is straightforward, and the packets to be sent are depicted in the following diagram.
So this is the AC. We don't need that now. I'm just going to. Wow, can't hear me. Realized you probably couldn't hear me. So, the reason this is darker is because there's actually that's where the pollen filter is. So
Superimposer says,
I've heard the TTS going crazy about.
oh, about there. So we could start the AC too with this thing. There. I don't know if it was worth it fixing the phone, but I'm kind of. There's one thing I want to test. So let's see. So if I have this one here, so now we shouldn't do other things, right? Because you can see me. But here's a new nice mouse that let me switch mics again there. So, and here I switch screens, so I can go to my left screen, right screen, and back to this one if I want to. Right? And this is the button we made earlier. This will turn off the filter for the fan sound. So if I click, you will hear the fan. So we made that at the start of stream. So it's kind of nice, you know, to have a bit of change, different things. So my mom sent another message. Yeah. So I'm kind of like waiting then for the message. So I'm not going to set up my 2 MFA here for. But let's see if I got into some course this year. Because I made it, I wasn't planning to, so I made like a late. So log in here, and you can see my very, very secret login. There, it's very, very clear texted here. It's dots. So I think it's still nothing here, but it's been fun. I'm nothing new, so maybe something cybersecurity university thingy. Maybe something else. At the same time as everything else, of course. You know, studying is fun. That's why. Right. Yeah. So I have one thing that I need to like activate too. Courses you already accepted, you can just activate them if you want to finish them, or well, they said I didn't need to activate it either. I can just finish it and that was a Unity course. Though I guess I do. I think I need to activate it to be able to get Maya free.
I was distracted. What did I accept?
So, what did the TTS go crazy about? Oh, I TTS'd this. So, can you read this on the screen? So, I opened my window, so now I have 23 degrees outside, 31.2 inside. The fan is kind of slightly on. I think if I go downstairs and turn my kitchen fan on, then it will kind of suck air through the window. I'll take my plate down at the same time. So, yeah. And also, the bird. No, not
36 centigrade inside, and 38 centigrade outside here.
Oh my god. That's too hot. Too hot. So, how do you survive? What do you do to cool down? Because this is colder than we've had, you know. But I think
And
if
I'm in my
it's...
room with a fan and the window closed, because of the pollen.
Yeah, because that's why I had it closed too. So that's why I just opened it and I put the pollen filter in. So, this is a zipper that I added to be able to...
Survive.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know I am here. Don't know for how long.
So that's for the AC, so I can still have the pollen filter there when I turn the AC on. But I didn't have the pollen filter in and the window open tonight because I woke up with asthma yesterday, so I didn't want to do it again. So maybe the pollen filter isn't as good as I
And you have also
hoped.
the light for the stream.
Yeah, I do. But it doesn't do very... It's LED, it's not hot or anything, you know? So maybe a tiny bit, you know, warmer than some other metal. No, actually, these are the same, just the glass of the phones, and these are not on. So I'm thinking shadow not. No, everything is just like the same temperature. These feel kind of slightly warm. Well, so I'm just going to tell my kids that my mom comes over for fika. Fika apparently is Swedish, so just for some coffee, really. So
1 degree the light, 1 from the phone battery, 1 from the camera, the screens, the computer. Here you have a good toasty temperature.
yeah. So turn off the computer and everything, and you're good, right? So I'm checking on my oldest first. Hej Linus! Mamma kommer över lite och fikar. Men inte nu.
Wait!
Space. Ja. Mormor kommer över och fikar lite
Or
om ett
AC
tag.
set to
Men sa vi
minus
inte att du inte
12
skulle göra
centigrade.
sådär?
Yeah,
Okej.
I know.
För du får inte vara där uppe alltså.
I know.
Du ska gå ner då.
No.
Men Linus, tänk om du kommer åt den där sladden.
I know.
Då försvinner min stream som jag har där borta också. Och allt mitt internet.
I know.
Okej. Mamma sover. Ja, var jätteförsiktig. Love you. That's a soon 14-year-old saying. I know when you tell them they're not allowed to do something that they're currently doing.
You know, Swedish sound a lot like Hungarian.
Oh, it does. Swedish. Is it two Ds? Swedish. Um, yeah, okay. I don't really know. Hungarian, isn't that like related to Finnish, I think? Finnish is a very different language.
Swedish.
Yeah. So, Finnish and Hungarian, I think they're
Swedist.
related.
You choose.
Yeah, so they're not at all related, the languages, at least.
I type it wrong anyway.
Well, Swedish, it's the one where it pronounced it as Swedish. Like the middle one. Anyway, let's see if we can get some more stuff done before. If my mom's quick, I think
Swedish.
it's like 18. Yeah, right, that's the way. Just like English and every other language at this side. Not every other, of course. But lots. So what we found out when I TTS this is that it's vulnerable because
Good, like also Italianish.
yeah, right,
Panda Tongue
exactly.
says.
Help me, I'm outside putting on the ice skates, I've fallen and can't get up.
Superimposer says.
Greekish.
Well, okay, admit a few languages. English, Swedish, Spanish, I don't know, whatever languages. Uh, so, Panda, could you please give us some ice, cold water, or whatever here?
Russianishish.
Okay, I admit my error. Not a lot of languages. Not every other language. Not that. Uh,
D.
yeah, so Italy definitely, like, it's Mediterranean. We all, even if you're in the north, I remember, it must be warmer. Because I'm, like, in the north of Europe, right?
Admit, Russianishish is fantastic.
Uh, it's fantastic at making me understand not a word. That's what it is. I mean, even Japanese, I understand a few words. Maybe you would from other Asian languages. But Slavic languages are like very, very odd to me.
Who care
Yeah,
understanding, as long as we can find food, I'm fine.
yeah. I'd like to learn a lot of languages, really. But I'm not the best at memorizing things. I need to understand things to learn them good and remember them easily. And there's nothing to understand in languages. Maybe the like origin of the words. You don't want to dig into that
ADHD
deep,
you
do you?
too.
I don't know. No, I don't think that. My kid has ADHD, so and I definitely think my hubby has ADHD. He's like never sitting still. And my oldest that doesn't have an ADHD diagnosis, he don't stand still. He's always dancing when he's standing still. Um, so maybe me too. I don't know. We'll see. Let's continue. But I don't have any problems. um, I'm just very quick at learning things that I can understand. It's harder to just memorize things. It's not logical.
Take the test, maybe you have it too. When I took mine my mother did it too, and she have it, I think in some way is genetically
Yeah, it
inherited.
is genetically. Yeah. Though, but I think my hobby is very much there too. So, I don't know. And also the kid's other relatives on his side too. Um, well, I don't know. So my mom is kind of that way too, actually. So probably we all of it a bit. But I think the thing is if you have problems from it, right? Mm. Being creative is not a negative, but it's like connected there too, right? So you should have the right amount of all the different properties of things, and then everything just works. I haven't had any problems yet, so I hope I won't. Let's continue actually. So the server is vulnerable because it runs RPC. Server report 6064 with
Trust
system
me on this,
privileges.
since I begun to organize myself knowing if I had to cope with ADHD, I am stepping forward jumping like crazy.
Okay, great. So, that's nice. Accessible from localhost only. Yeah. If you are familiar with RPC, it's simply a mechanism that allows a given process
So
to
you take the
expose
test.
functions.
D.
No, I don't have any problems, as I told you, so it's not interesting for me. Thank you. Yeah. So over the network, so that other machines can call them remotely. In case of the Groova here, if you remember, we saw this one. All the others seem to be Microsoft Visual C++
Okay,
or
I was just trying to
AWS.
convince you. D.
Yeah, you're free to. Groova. So I'm actually in lots of groups trying to support other parents with kids with difficulties and things. So I notice a lot of them having problems too, that I don't, I don't recognize myself in that kind of problem. So that's why I don't think so. So like, oh, I forgot this and that and this today, and I was going to do this, and I got distracted halfway doing this. I don't know that. I do several things at once, but I don't miss anything of them. I just finish
You
everything.
know, ADHD is a problem if you see it as being a problem.
Yeah, but also if you leave stuff, forget stuff, that's a problem. Even if you don't see it as a
If you
problem.
understand how it works, you make it a superpower.
Okay, yeah, exactly. It's just one way to work. Um, they're saying like far way back, uh, all of these different speciality. They like someone having great vision and being very focused, like autistic. They could spot dangerous animals on the savannah of Africa, far, far away, and then there were the ADHD people running around hunting things. And then there were like some people like doing all the planning and things. And some people, well, probably ADHD people, right? And the the person who invented electricity, right? They must have been autistic and things like that, because otherwise you're just pleased with how things are and you just sit talking there having a nice time by the fire. Why should we do more things, So
You
I
forget
think,
details, true, but as long as you have a good way to learn the concepts, and you find a way to not get your mind bored, you have a superpower for real, especially
okay,
with the hyperfocus.
okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to get my 13-year-old to find something he's interested in, something he can focus at. That's not games. But both of my kids had a lot of problems with school. So that's a big problem they have. But we're fighting it. I have the door open, so you might hear, but he has headphones on. Yeah, so we have found a good school where he started to go back there a bit. But I really do want to continue, so I'm sorry if I'm boring you. So here it is. We
Try
found
to
this
make what
one
they have
among
to do
others.
gamified.
But actually, he does a lot of things. I just mentioned, I can't say to him like, do the pick out the dishes. Then he would be like, nah, or maybe. But if I'm saying the dishes are done, just implying that he could do it, then he just does it like this at once. So you just have to know how to ask for things. But he can't handle putting dishes into the machine because they're dirty. And my 16-year-old, he doesn't do much.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's got big sleeping problems and more tougher problems like going outside at all. There are insects outside. But I'll get back to this now. So this one, and we have the version there, 6630.
Those are the worst part.
Oh yeah, yeah. But he's got autism, so it's different from ADHD, right? Um, so this is social bit, and probably maybe my younger one has. He doesn't have a diagnosis though. There were very different stages when they were diagnosed. So this one is 6.5, which is lower version, and that was the first update here from this person. And so let's make you hyper focus on this thing instead of ADHD. Can you do that? So before this version, any command to be run without restriction, and still it's there's no check to make sure of this, because you could just do this to bypass it. So I wonder what version that was fixed in. Let's actually search for the version ourselves. We have this new one that I didn't try. Is this it? No. Let's look for it here.
Oh la, but while we are talking about ADHD, I am listening to Lisette, and I am translating the steps for Overthwire Bandit levels.
I don't know what Lisette is. Is it music? Okay, so you try sleeping, yeah, because you were making your notes in Italian, right?
France Lisette.
Oh, that doesn't tell me anything either. Sorry. So here we see the names of the updates, the persons who updated them.
Yes, classical musician from the past.
Okay. Yeah, so I only heard the ones from school. I do have music, but not very much. Anyway, why is this one X? So this is something I haven't seen. Why is there an X on this one? V, verified. Okay, so this one is not verified. And my notes actually said check for the verified ones. The other ones could work too. So let's look at this one because we have 63.
Anyway, I let you focus on one thing, and keep my multi-disaster going. Smile smile.
Yeah, right. Actually, a friend, her hobby, like almost. Well, anyway, they live together. We're not married either. You don't really do that in Sweden. But anyway, he was having 3 monitors up. He was watching one video here, and something else on another screen, and he was programming on the third one. That was his work, and I was like, oh my god, how? And that's the way to focus? I'm like, okay, sure. I can listen to music or something, maybe even listen to like TV, but not really. I can watch several. If I'm watching, if I'm just watching and not like producing something myself, then I could definitely watch several things at the same time. But really focusing, then I want to really focus, on one thing. So maybe that's odd. Then, yeah. So I know that people can do it that way.
On my best time I had 4 things opened at the same time, while working on a server, and maybe even play a game or two.
Yeah, there's a balance though between efficiency and just distraction, right? Don't you have that too? You can't have how many things in your mind. There's a limit somewhere, right? Um, so net user Leon add. Net local group administrators Leon add. Yeah, with this in sync pi here. So I don't like this kind of thing. I want to do it myself, so we would read it and understand it and use the technique. But this is kind of telling, right? As they told us here. To put together a working exploit, we need to understand how to talk to port 6064. Luckily for us, the protocol is in protocol in use is straightforward, and the packets are, to be sent are deprecated. No, depicted. I was like, what? Depicted in the following. And black text, meaning we click it. Hello packet. Remote procedure ID, command length, command string. And here we have the example here. That's a command string. The first packet is simply a hello packet that contains a text string. The second packet indicates that we want to execute procedure. Number 5. As this is a vulnerable module procedure that will execute any command for us. The last 2 packets are used to send the length of the command and the command string to be executed, respectively. Initially published by. Well, they keep mentioning these. Like, yes, we know the link, right? The following exploit can be used in your target machine to elevate privileges and retrieve this task flag. For your convenience, here is the original exploit code. Okay, so this is kind of short, and I'm assuming so many tabs now. So this is the second one. So let's actually move this one so we don't have a problem of finding it again. And let's open both. Well, actually, all 3. Though, reading PowerShell or reading this? What's the easiest? I mean, Python any day. I have to see this one too. Maybe it's not complicated, it's easy. Actually, 652, 663, and this is 663 PowerShell. So, the one they called the original was actually the latest. It's not the original exploits, it's like the 3rd version, which is not verified. So I'm a bit curious there why this is exactly this one. Okay. You can pop up PowerShell console and paste the exploit directly to execute it. The exploit is also available in the target machine C txt. Note that the exploit's default payload specified in the cmd variable will create a username pwned in the system, but you want to assign him administrative privileges. So we'll promptly want to change the payload for something more useful. For this room, we will change the payload to run the following command: net user Add and let local group administrators. So, what is the difference between and we'll check if the first one was worked first, right? Just a sec. So, since we have the door open, I hear a lot more. So I wanted to check if it was my hubby coming home, but it's too early, I think. So let's see. The time flies. It's already 18. So yeah, so my mom should arrive soon too. So I won't have time to finish this, unfortunately. That's what happens when you talk about other things too much. But that's why I'm streaming, right? To have a bit of social interaction too, and not only be like locked in here with my kids while I'm studying, and also make myself accountable to actually study more, right? So it's not much more. I don't want to rush through it though, so we'll see if we have time or not. I have prepared the extremes up and down the screen here in case I have to hurry. Let's actually open this other person's page. Oh, there's no one I've ever seen. Listen to music. Uh, yeah, but the people from Boeing GoPro is in there. So, oh, now I missed the chance to catch the bus sound. So let's see. I should get the times. This is right on the spot of the hour 18:00 here. So if I'm ready in an hour, hopefully, there will be another bus that I can like catch on the filter recording. Um, to mute them for you, even if I hear them, the traffic. I feel kind of bad about having the window open. So let's continue reading. So I read this.
Put a microphone outside.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So we need to add this. This will create user. Yeah, we read it. Add to the administrator group. You have to explain what's successful. You should be able to run the following command to verify that the user pwned. Well, that's a stupid name exists, and this is part of the administrator's group. As a last step, you can run the command prompt as administrator, and then we could use this account, and then we can get the flag from the administrator's desktop. So this is actually a kind of short task. It all depends, because my mom's messaged in like a bit more than 20 minutes ago that she's leaving soon, which might mean in 5 minutes or in 25. So if she rings the doorbell, I'll just raid. That's the plan. Or maybe I'll go and say hi and then I'll go up and probably. So we don't have to rush like that. So, and we have a coffee machine that's really quick. So, yeah, let's go back to the VM here.
If you have to go, don't lose time, we are here tomorrow too.
Yeah. I'm just, I'm not sitting here just doing nothing while I wait. I want to keep studying until she gets here, so it's no problem. You know, I wouldn't be streaming it if I thought it was. And also, I think I've got all of this. We just should do it too, and also, of course, make notes. So, this is just an example, so it's not as good for the notes because the possibility of someone having exactly this executable, well, there are lots of entries in the databases.
You know your priorities, smile, smile.
So what, study first or what? So study in sync 6.6.3 there. So I'm thinking I want to link the search here, but this is not in the URL, so I can't like link that, right? That's kind of sad. I like sites that put it up here, you know, so you can copy it and make a bookmark. That's a problem we used to have back with the frames days. You only always got back to this page, the main page, not the whatever you had been doing. So, um, so they mentioned this one, which is not even verified. So uh, let's for example, this. So I don't feel like I need more here in the notes, but we'll do it because I don't feel that is this a very common program, you know, and if I find it, I will still search for it, right? So, but definitely to have in the notes to search for installed software, this is great because this is new to me, this command. So it's perfect. Also, we're a normal unprivileged user and we got the list of all of the programs without permissions, and those things are like gold, right? To be able to find vulnerabilities without having permissions and privileges, just being a normal user that can't even run as admin on command prompt. So we could just copy this, which would be the same as theirs. Or we could use the text file. It's a text file on the box. By the way, yeah, so my internal timer was better this time, right? Just past 1 hour. That's what I asked for. That's funny. Well, I won't be going another hour, so I could have not renewed it. Then we only have this tab. Yeah, so we'll go through that next time, I think. I really don't feel that I will need to do this, but let's do it. Let's run it. And we had examples. So we have this here, and then we have the other ones. Yeah, and the examples I'm thinking of is here from the Python. but let's run the one they have here, which is the PowerShell one that I have up 2 times, which is kind of not necessary there. It's just because I made the link. We're going to paste this into Notepad. Sorry for the bright light. And we're going to this is a command that we need to update. Yeah, so let's go here. So, well, let's use their funny one. Why not, right? So, this is a very, very short thing. And also we need to open up. So there is user phone too, but we set a password too. And that's the only addition there, but then we also add the group. That's the only thing. And let's just switch to the box and open PowerShell, because it won't work at CMD. And we only have the normal one. I'm just copying the whole thing. I'm just pasting the whole thing. And got a few numbers. So if I had unlimited time now, I would have been more thorough there. So, or should we CMD this? Just more choices. You see them there. And the password, simple pass 23. So we're this person who is a member of the group. So I'm just closing the notepad and oh, okay, yeah, let's do net user. But it was kind of obvious, right? But we're a member of the local administrators group. Didn't I show you? Just run this, and then I did that. So, right, the reason were we want the administrator's desktop, because I thought we didn't really do this, but okay. So
Okay,
that
love,
was a
I'll
very
go
odd
too.
scene.
Food has to be made. See you
Okay,
next time. Take
see you
care
next
and don't
time.
forget to not forget what you can forget.
Have a great day. The rest of your day. So I already ate my dinner. Kind of early one though.
Bye bye,
Bye
you
bye. Have
too,
a great day.
D.
So CD administrator, CD desktop, there, type. Ja! Jag kommer! Okay, my mom's there. She doesn't ring the bell, she knocks. And then she called. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. plingade inte på!
Nej, jag plingar aldrig.
Nej, jag vet.
För jag tänker ifall att de sover.
Alla barn sover.
Ja.
Jag ska bara gå upp och stänga av. Så kom jag. Kom in du. Ska vi sitta ute på baksidan kanske?
Ja, det kan jag göra.
Jag ska bara gå och stänga av. She doesn't want to ring the doorbell in case someone is sleeping or anything. So she's very, like, my kid is sleeping, so it's great that he thinks about it, but maybe he doesn't need to sleep right now. Yeah, so I had prepared this. Read already. So let's update and make sure this person is still alive. So I'm a bit sad that I can't stay. But it's great that there are more women. Right? So I'm going to raid. And I've never seen her stream. So yeah. So the raid is going. And also let me copy this into YouTube chat. There. So if YouTube wants to join us, there you have the link.
Fixerbot says.
YouTube message from Fixit42Live. Web link.
Yeah, so there, and I'm going to click the right now button. Thank you for being here. Thank you for learning together with me, teach me stuff, hopefully learn something you too. So bye bye, and I will click the right now button.